This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
A very good afternoon to you all, or possibly good evening or good morning, depending on whereabouts in the world you are. But where we are is Djuma Brown Game Reserve, and we've just come down to a water body to admire all the antelopes and all the sort of life that's happening around the water body. It's an extremely hot day today. It almost feels like summer, but the breeze is just delicious. So we will be coming to you live from many different locations today, so get ready to jump on our safari vehicles because we are going to take you on a bumble through the bush. Welcome aboard, everyone. I hope your bottoms are going to be ready. It's going to be bumpy, but I'm excited. The sunset safari, of course, has begun. And I've already told you it's hot, but it really does feel like summer. That's why I'm squinting. Not good for the wrinkles. But my name is Lauren. I do have Impo on camera, and I thought Kalahari Dam was a really good place to start. I was actually hoping for some elephants, but well, they're not here. They're going to opt for Impala instead. And just to recap on this morning, it was very exciting. Tristan had lions stalking buffalo. I had Klalamba playing around with her steamboat kill. And we had Klangula, who was hunting. He was a hungry, hungry boy. So hopefully we'll get to see lots of action this afternoon. It's a bit hot just now to go after leopards, but either Tristan and I will definitely check up on Klalamba stroke Klangula. The breeze. Thank you, breeze. Thank you so much. But this safari is live. It's happening as you see it, and you can talk to us. That's the beauty of what we do. So how do you do that? Well, there's a number of ways. On Twitter, #Wilder. On the YouTube chat, it's @FC, which stands for Final Control. Or you can go to the Wild Earth website, register, and then submit your questions under the live safari page. Now, kids, if you're watching, we definitely want to hear from you. Absolutely. Challenge us. Ask us very difficult questions and see if we can answer them. Well, not too hard, but maybe medium questions. And you email us, and that's kidsequestions@wildearth.tv. It's just so peaceful down here. But Kalahari Dam itself, you can call it Rotella Dam, Kalahari Dam, Djuma Dam, it's got lots of different names. But it's starting to become a hubbub of activity again, and that's once again because all the other little pans and all the little areas, the water bodies are drying up. And that's exactly why both predator and prey and all in between are starting to concentrate around the available water at the remaining water holes. There's still lots of water at Kalahari Dam, really. It's going to be a long time before that empties. But still, all the smaller pans that we pass on our way, they've all dried up. And that's why we're starting to get a lot more activity around these big dams. Jen, you're saying, please feel free to send some heat your way. I do not know which country you are based in, but I will. I absolutely will. It's clearly winter where you are. It's actually winter here. That's the thing. It's really, really hot. You get your winter coat on and your thick socks and all your blankets, and you start to forget all the complaining that you do during summer. How much we complain a lot. It's actually part of our job. It's in our contract to always complain about the weather. You're either too hot or you're too cold, there's no happy medium. But yes, have all the heat you want. We have far too much of it. But I think I'm going to start with water holes. We'll just go around some water holes, hopefully get some elephants. That would be lovely. And then once it cools down, even just marginally, we'll go and check on the leopards. dandelions. I checked the hyena den this morning, everyone. I was very jealous of, I think it was Pinta that had hyenas. But sadly, no luck. I will keep trying. One day, we're going to get lucky. Sugar Bits, been a while since I've heard your name. You are asking something about Impala, but I am going to get Elton to just repeat that. When I heard your name, I smiled. The coat looks so silky. That is a good question. They are meticulous groomers, really. They've got that sort of counter shading on their coat, so it's dark on top, and then if you look at that middle band, it's sort of a lighter colour, and then the tummy's even lighter, and this is a 3D effect. Lots of organisms across the animal kingdom have it, and this is counter shading. So the colours are gorgeous. The colours blend in like an artistic sort of drawing. It's beautiful, or painting should I say. It's really, really stunning the way the colours blend in, but they look so shiny because they are meticulous groomers. They're very, very fussy. They also allow oxpeckers on them, and they do aloe groom. So basically they're continually cleaning their coat to get rid of ticks and parasites and anything else nasty on them, and I think that's why they always look so shiny and in such great condition. The males can look not so great during the rutting season, but I haven't seen any sort of males that are too out of condition. They also have specialised teeth, they're modified teeth. Their lower incisors are actually slightly loose in their socket. Do you remember when you were a kid and you used to wiggle your teeth to try and get the baby teeth to come out? I used to always want to yank them out to get money from the tooth fairy. How shallow. But anyway, that's what it's like. It's loose in their sockets. So basically they splay open to act like a comb. So when the impala are grooming themselves or grooming each other, the teeth splay open, and it's like a little comb that goes through their hair, getting out dirt and nasty parasites. So I've already complained about the weather. I can't possibly do that again, but let's take a look at the weather across all our locations.
Sunny indeed. It's hot today, and I think we're going to have a very beautiful afternoon. Also, the wind has died a little bit, and that's probably why it's so warm. Anyway, my name is Tristan. On camera, I've got David this afternoon, and we are at the moment just slowly bumbling. It's a warm start to the day, or to the safari. So for now, it's just going to be about bumble and see if we can get some elis maybe, or buffalo at waterholes. And then from there, start to kind of check around for the cats a little bit later. I'm going to try and head north and follow up on Nhlangula, where Lauren left him this morning. He was hunting impala. So, hello guys. I've been looking for you for days. Nice to see these guys around again. They've actually come back a little bit in the last few days. We've had a lot more signs of elephants once again in the area. It's very pleasant, excuse me, to have them back and around. But yeah, I was just going to say we'll go bumbling and look for some elis or some buffalo at the water points. And, well, we didn't have to actually go to a water point to find them, which is quite wonderful. It doesn't look like a very large herd, though. It looks like just a few of them kind of scattered through. I can see another two from where I am now besides this one. So maybe just a small little grouping. And I think most of the animals will be doing exactly what this animal is doing right now. You see how it's using the tree for a little bit of shade. So sit under the shady section of the tree and feed on the tree on the shade side. Take it very easy and wait for the sun to start dropping a little bit and for it to get a little bit cooler before they start to come out right into the open. Particularly, because as the nights come in, it gets quite cold and quite cool very quickly. So you find that sort of period before sunset, they get quite active as that sun drops a little bit lower. You can also always tell the temperature by just watching an elephant for a few seconds. If you see those ears constantly working, you know that it's warm out here. When the weather's coolish or there's a breeze that's blowing, those ears typically are far less active. But when you have conditions like this afternoon, which is, it's not exceedingly hot and it's not like summer here, but considering the time of the year, it's a warm day. And so those ears will be working constantly just to try and cool that body down and get this animal to a much more comfortable space, particularly because it's moving and being quite active. David, you know how warm it is, because David was quite active just before we started Game Drive. He was trying to fix something. It looked like he jumped in a swimming pool because he was sweating, weren't you, David?
No rest for the wicked.
No rest for the wicked, yes. Hell, I'm sure. I feel like it was self-inflicted, David. So yeah, it's a nice, beautiful, like I say, autumn day today in many respects. In fact, it actually feels a bit summery today rather than autumn. Sometimes nice just to sit with these guys and just listen to them going about their business. So, Freddie, it depends on the tree and the size of the branches we're talking about, but mostly they're just eating the leaves. So what they do is they actually wrap their trunk around the branch, and then they pull the trunk, and that pulls all the leaves off, and they shove the leaves into their mouth. Now, sometimes that means that they break the tips of the branch off, and they'll put those in. But the big, thick branches, they actually don't eat much of that at all. Now, the reason for that is that those big, thick branches, the wood is very dense, it's very heavy, and it's very difficult for them to digest and get nutrients out of it. It actually doesn't have as much nutrients as you would think it would have. And so they don't actually want to eat those big, thick stumps. What they're after on the thicker branches, and when you see them actually eating branches, is that they shove them in and they crunch to basically break the bark off and expose a layer called the cambium layer. Now, cambium is like a reddish-colored layer that's just underneath the bark. I'm sure we'll find a tree just now that I can show you what that is. And that's the transport system for this plant. So what that does is it's transporting nutrients from the leaves to the roots via the trunk and the branches. And so the elephants are after that layer, and they will then strip that layer off of a branch and then drop it so that they don't have to actually worry about trying to digest a big, thick branch. These small little branches with the leaflets on them, those typically are small enough that they can just crunch them down. Okay, girl. We need her on the road to camp because road to camp's gotten quite overgrown. But those little branches can crunch down and kind of just be shoved in, and the teeth are big enough and powerful enough to break that down into almost nothing. Whereas those big branches, that's not quite the case. And like I say, it will be very difficult for them to digest and pass. All right. I think I'm going to sit here with these guys for a little while. It's always pleasant to have them, and like I say, I've been looking for Ellies for the last few days, so enjoy them for a bit. In the meantime, though, let's send you across to Pinda to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody, and a warm welcome to and Beyond's Pinda Private Game Reserve. This afternoon we've come to the very far western parts of the reserve where the grass is a wee bit shorter, and we've been lucky enough to come across these two warthog who are busy grazing this afternoon. You can see in a little bit of a shady patch there off to our right hand side. Not something that we get to film very often because the grass is incredibly long. But my name is Matt, and behind the camera we've got Odie this afternoon. And yeah, we've come in search of a pride of lions that was found quite close to one of the watering holes nearby. And we've come across these two warthog. There are a couple more in the distance. And then a herd of impala who are hiding behind, I want to say, a shady patch of not the biggest tree that you see off to the left there. But it is an incredibly hot afternoon for, starting to come into winter now. But not a breath of wind this afternoon, and just a really, really hot Zululand day. So everything's seeking a little bit of shade at the moment before these temperatures start to drop a little bit later on this afternoon, and we might start to see things get a little bit more active, be it predators, lions and cheetah. In an area like this, we've got a very good chance of finding cheetah. I believe the guys saw a mom and a youngster who you might have seen a couple of weeks ago with some of the guides here at Pinda, but just to spend the afternoon with this lot to see what they get up to as they move from shady patch to shady patch before it cools off for them to start venturing off to graze. The warthog, you can see, are also playing a bit of a hiding game with us as they're busy eating. And often they'll go down in there. In fact, the one on the left looks like it's lying down in that patch of shade now. That's phenomenal. And I was just chatting to Odie when they were out in the open just now. He commented it looked like they were wearing high heels, which it really does. Those little hooves of theirs when they stand out in the open looks exactly like that. But the one coming into picture now, we'll have a look. No, he's standing upright. Every so often you'll see them go down on their knees to graze with their heads super close to the ground. You can imagine how much of a disadvantage something like a warthog has in long grass in other parts of this reserve, because they would just struggle to see through the long grass, and not a bad option for them to graze here close by to a herd of impala who will keep an eye out as they wait for it to cool down a little bit more. But these two, I think, are just capitalizing on the fact that they've got a couple of sentries close by to spot potential threats. Although, for the nocturnal animals like lions, it's just too hot for them to be moving around now. Unless something was to walk down their throats, I doubt that they'd be looking to hunt now, only later on this afternoon when it's a lot cooler. But that one also now venturing off into the shade as we watch this herd of impala moving about. I'm going to carry on in search of those lions, but we're going to head off to Pridelands to say good afternoon to Mike.
So on a very hot and tropical winter's afternoon, we've got a lovely tropical tent spider. One of the best views I've had of one in a while. It's a nice big one, clearly silhouetted there in its tent-like web. Beautiful spider, one that we'll talk about a little bit more in detail in a moment. Hi everyone, my name's Mike Anderson. Behind the camera is Gert, and this is Eco Training's Pridelands Conservancy, where we're on foot walking down towards Leopard Dam from a bit of a crest in the hopes that we can find some animals walking down to the water on such a hot afternoon. But this spider that we see right here, the tropical tent web spider, which some of you have probably seen before, in fact most of you have seen before, it's a fairly common spider, and we see them beautifully silhouetted, especially in the mornings when there's a bit of dew on the webs or if the sun is just glancing off them. But what you can see probably is a lot of those spindly little webs above that flat base. Now those are the webs that knock down an insect like a fly that would be flying past. You can't see them very clearly. They'll be knocked down in those spindly little webs and then land on that platform, which is very sticky. The other webs are not sticky. That one is very sticky at the bottom there where the spider is. And then the spider can bite through the web and then immobilize it over time. The venom will be acting as it's a neurotoxic venom basically. It will stop it from being able to move. It will paralyze it, but keep it alive so that the spider can then consume it at its own pace. It's quite cool. It's here amongst these this thorn tree here. It's a flaky bark thorn, probably because it's much safer in here. That spider will be protected from most birds that can't quite get to it because of all these sharp, spiky thorns. Pretty cool spider. Hopefully we'll see a lot more of them. Now that it's getting to winter, although it's very hot today, the evenings and the mornings are incredibly cold and there's not much insect activity. So it means this spider here will have to go into a state of type of hibernation where it will literally become very, very inactive, probably hide itself away in a little web-like cocoon somewhere at the base of one of these thorns or on one of these pods. Oh, something disturbed its web because it just did a big shudder. I can't see what it was though. But anyway, in a short time, the spider will probably start to hibernate and won't be very active. Most spiders, like this web-dwelling spiders, don't live very long because they disperse and the youngsters take about a season to grow, and then they mature in one season, generally speaking. The ground-dwelling spiders, ones that hunt and create longer-term homes, like baboon spiders, if we get to see one, I hope we do, which I'll try and show you on a walk at some point soon. Baboon spiders can live over 40 years in some species, and that's pretty crazy. And if you've ever seen a baboon spider before, it's much larger than this one. This spider here is about the size of my pinky fingernail. Very, very small. And not dangerous to us at all. Doesn't have pincers, or not really pincers, but chelissa or mouth parts that are fangs that are able to pierce our skin. So I think this spider is quite harmless to us. We're not going to try and disturb these spiders because if we disturb them, especially if they're not getting a lot of food, they'll tend to move around a lot, use a lot of energy, and that disturbs them quite a lot. So as with most animals, especially in winter, we don't want to disturb them at all because of the lack of resources that they're going to have.
We've just stopped to look at...
When on safari, there's nothing better than an evening spent under the stars chatting around a fire, with the sounds of the wild all around you. If you sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer, you can build your own memories by joining our guides for regular fireside chats. Subscription payments can be made by PayPal, credit card, and now bank transfer. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature. Across southern and East Africa, the Endangered Wildlife Trust works tirelessly to save species, protect critical habitats, and benefit people. Join the EWT in returning wildlife to the wild. Go to ewt.org.za to find out more and follow our socials to see how you can get involved. Protecting forever, together.
Hello, I'm Marna, your Wild Earth Safari Guide from and beyond Gala. What I really like about connecting with Wild Earth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly, and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the Wild Earth website. Simply head over to the Live Safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on Wild Earth.
There we go, first sighting of the baby meerkat. Oh my goodness. Ah, how cute is that? Look, hear no evil, see no evil, do no evil. There they go.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
Hello, I'm Marna, your Wild Earth Safari Guide from and beyond Gala. What's my favorite animal? Definitely elephants, and in particular an elephant bull, an old elephant bull. I think the sheer size partnered with their experience because they grow so old. I always wonder what they've seen and how they've seen the bush change over those many years. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on Wild Earth.
Well, still with our Ellies, she's just crossed the road in front of us. There's only two of them, which is really weird. It's not often that you just see a mother and her little one that I can see. Maybe the rest are hidden in the drainage line already further on, and these two are just stragglers at the back. I don't see many other tracks, though. I just seem like it's just the two of them kind of milling about, which can happen from time to time. Every now and then we find a mother that's with her little one, and they just haven't kind of stayed with the herd, and later on they then join up with a herd that's in the area that they know. We've seen it with Short Trunk before. She's gone from being on her own to joining up with quite a decent-sized herd. So maybe it's just that. Like I say, the rest could be close by. They're just, within hearing distance of one another, but just not in visual distance for us. Remember, with these guys, they can hear each other from quite some time and quite far apart. So maybe the other rest are just in the drainage line where it's a little bit cooler, feeding in there, not worrying too much about moving around. And these guys know where they are and are just happy to feed here. Remember that with the elephants also, that they'll also split into little family pods when they're feeding. And as the feeding process, as they move, each little pod kind of does its own little thing. And then only when they really are going properly and going far distance, they then join back together again and move together. It's not ideal. They're kind of hiding in this thicket. Let me just go back a little bit and see if we can't get a slightly better view of them. Maybe from back here. Ooh, that sun is warm today. There we go. I think that will work a little bit better. What do you think, David? Much better. Wonderful. Spiller, I haven't come across an ellie with floppy trunk syndrome. Yeah, like I say, I've never seen it myself. I would imagine that in the wild, it's not a common thing to come across. A lot of those animals probably will be a little bit weaker and therefore targeted potentially by predators. But yeah, I've never, like I say, never seen it myself. Mom, be nice to your little one. Don't push it away. It was just coming to say hello. Sometimes moms can be a little bit full of it when they are feeding. They don't like the little ones coming in and eating what they like to eat. And sometimes I just give them a little nudge and tell them, move on. This is my little food source. Which is quite fun to watch. Like I say, I've never seen it personally. I don't know if that's just because from a young age, if they have it, they don't make it. I don't know in the wild. I'm sure there's reported cases of it, but like I say, just personally, I've never actually witnessed it. I love that sound though, when you sit with ellies and they flap their ears and you can hear the ears hitting against the side of the body. It's one of my favorite sounds out here. I'll try to keep quiet, see if you can hear it. Oh, it's a bit of a shame. Apparently you guys can't hear it, which surprises me because it's quite loud. I would have thought it would have been easily audible. But essentially it just sounds like if you take like a rug outside and you kind of beat it to get rid of dust or car mats from the cars. When you kind of try to get the dust out of them, it's a very similar sound that you get. But the reason why I like it is it often means that you're in close proximity to them if you can hear it. And that's always a very special thing when you have elephants close by, that you can hear them and smell them. They're one of the cool animals out here that have an assault on most of your senses. So not only visually, but from an audio and a smell point of view, they're epic animals to be around. Remember that when you're on a safari, as much as visually it's nice to see things and take photographs and get caught up in that, it's always a good thing as well just to stop and listen and to smell and to piece all those together, because when you leave your safari and you go back home, it's those little smells and sounds that will take you and transport you back to your trip and will make that whole atmosphere come flooding back. So if you take cognizance of it, it's just that much better from a remembering point of view. Nephew's mom, I think you and most people actually. Elephant babies are super cute and they do make most people smile. I don't know if I've ever met somebody that hasn't seen an elephant baby and smiled. Particularly little Ellie babies that are active. They're the best fun. Especially those little tiny ones when they're running around after mom and they push each other and then they try and intimidate you. It's a very, very cool thing to spend time with them when they're like that. So I think you and probably everybody else is in the same boat when it comes to Ellie babies. But they're going to go now into quite a dense thicket, so I'm not going to go off-roading after just the two of them and try and kind of stress them and chase them around. Dense blocks are never the best place to follow Ellies, and if it was a big herd, then we could just go around and stand by and wait, but she looks like she's quite sort of stationary feeding. It doesn't look like she wants to move a lot, so I expect her to just stay in this block for a while. I don't think she's going to be coming out. It's not like she's rushing towards water or something like that. I think she's just going to be chilling and taking it easy, which is very fair given the temperature this afternoon. Well, that's nice. Thoroughly enjoyed seeing those Ellies. Hopefully we get a bigger herd. I wouldn't mind an Ellie herd at the water. That's actually always a treat. Big herds, and then they start playing and having a great time. Alright, so I'm going to carry on and see what else I can find. In the meantime though, let's send you across to Mike, who's on his bushwalk, and see what he's managed to find.
So it struck me as we were walking down this game path here, just how clear it's become. Now, if you look just behind me over here, we walked this game path about a month ago, and it was almost completely overgrown. And as you can see now, in just 1 month, with the drying grasses, the lack of rainfall, and with elephants constantly streaming back and forth towards Leopard Dam, which is just a few hundred meters down that direction, look how clear and open this game path has become. And there are the signs of elephants feeding everywhere. Just over here, there's a stick on the ground. There's a stick over here which has been chewed by elephants as well. There's a stick just over there which has been completely debarked as well. So elephants are streaming up and down this game path, and that's exactly why we are actually walking this game path, in the hopes that we might be lucky enough to come across some of these animals as we walk down towards the dam itself. It just always strikes me as amazing how elephants can be engineers of the bush. In just a few weeks, this game path has been created from what was basically just completely overgrown vegetation. All of these trees here, a lot of them, if you look around us, have been damaged. I mean, even this tree just behind me there, you can see the tops of it has been damaged by elephants in the past, where it's all coppiced like that. So there's almost not a single tree that you'll find here in Pride Lands, even in the 3 years that it's been part of the Greater Kruger with open fences. In the 3 years that it's been open to elephants, you won't find almost a single tree without some sign of an elephant having fed on it, which I just think is absolutely phenomenal. Even these old leadwoods that you can see in old rulers pushed over by elephants. Well, this leadwood is much older than even this game reserve. Sandy, you're absolutely correct. It is amazing how the vegetation changes. And I mean, I'm always shocked about it. I mean, on a daily basis, we walk in these areas, so the change isn't so obvious to us on a day-to-day basis. But if you at home are watching maybe a month and then you went away and you only were able to watch like a month later, or even me when I traveled away, coming back here, I'm shocked, and it's amazing. The Earth is an amazing place, especially this part of Southern Africa. We've got such distinct seasons, just like most of the world. Obviously, the closer you get to the equator, the less distinct the seasons are. But here, we're quite far down, just below the Tropic of Capricorn. We get very distinct seasons. And it's really, really quite phenomenal. And another place which gets incredible changes in weather and variation is Phinda, where we'll send you over next.
Welcome back to Phinda, everybody, where we've come across a beautiful big herd of wildebeest and zebra, and littered in amongst them are a couple of warthog. But if you have a look at the zebra mom and foal in picture, on the back of her is a red-billed oxpecker, and it's perched there with its bill wide open. I think that little bird is also struggling from heat this afternoon. It's just trying to cool off with its bill open, but it's making quite a racket as well. If I keep quiet for a couple of seconds, you might just hear that very scratchy sound of theirs. No, bit of a shake from mum and off it flies. But I would like to show you, like they were standing now when they were sort of back to front, off to our right-hand side is another little group of them that Odie will show you in a short while, that are all resting their heads on each other's backs. And I'm not sure if, for those of you watching at home, if you've ever seen that before, when they stand sort of side by side to one another with their heads on each other's backs, just resting their heads in the afternoon when it's quite hot. I think the most I've ever seen doing that together is 4, when they synchronize themselves and they are able to put their heads on each other's backs, and there were 4 of them doing that. But you'll see often it's just 2 that will almost like them face one another and rest their heads, or like this lot, just find a cozy spot and do it on each other's backs. That camera shy, this chap, he's stopped now as we mentioned what he's doing. Maybe showing us that he's just as strong as everyone else and he doesn't have to rest his head. But amazing to see that mosaic of stripes now, and the collective noun for them, very apt. The dazzle of zebra, and you can imagine just how confusing it is for a pride of lions that if they startle something like a herd of zebra, just those stripes going in every which way. You'll see them how they shake and twitch their skin every so often for flies and things like that might be irritating them or are quite itchy. That head shake that you see at the back is very, very common to see, especially when there are those little red-billed oxpeckers on them. And I wasn't with Odie at the time, but not so long ago we saw a yellow-billed oxpecker here on Phinda, and that I think was the 9th record of yellow-billed oxpeckers in about 120 years, which is phenomenal. And for guys up in the Lowveld, Fred and Gala and the rest of the team at Juma, they might see them a lot more frequently than we do, because they occur mostly there, but here not so much. So very special to see them. And it is still an extremely hot afternoon. As soon as we stop the car without getting a bit of a breeze from when we're driving, you can feel just how hot it is. And I think this lot, you can see none of them are really feeding for now, but as soon as it starts cooling off, I'm sure they'll carry on feeding into the afternoon. Early mornings when the grass has all that dew on it, that's where they'll get a lot of their moisture. When you're asking if zebras have a leader, there will absolutely be a stallion in, I'd say, control of a herd, or who dominates a herd. There might be 1 or 2 other stallions who might challenge the leader or the main stallion, but there will be a stallion here that, controls this harem of mares and youngsters. Lovely to see, because there are a whole bunch of mixed age youngsters here. Dead ahead of us is a youngster on its own. I can imagine its mum's either just behind it or it's lagging behind. And then behind it, the mum with its head down, also has a really, really small foal in the back. But Vinny, to answer your question, yes, there will be a leader, so to speak, of a harem of zebra. really nice and open out here, and you expect those big grazers as well, bulk grazers, things like buffalo to maybe be out here, even rhino. It's a really good area to look for white rhino as well as buffalo, but they too might be resting. Or like we saw those warthog earlier on here with this lot, they had a bit of a sheen to them. Or in fact, they're all a little bit further left now, with their heads down eating, but they're all caked in mud. They've obviously found a lovely little wallow somewhere to go roll around in the mud and cake themselves in mud on this hot afternoon. And then a little bit later on, when that dries up, they'll find a rock or a tree stump or something that's at a good height to scratch themselves, and that obviously helps to get rid of ticks and parasites and just alleviate itches that they otherwise can't get to. Slowly but surely, this herd of zebra all filtering in through in your picture that you'll see now. We will probably leave this herd in peace, and we're going to send you off to Fred, who's going to say good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon and welcome to very warm and beyond Ngala. We are looking at two woolly neck storks. They've also decided to come down to the waterhole for drink and actually cooling themselves down a little bit. What a nice afternoon. Well, my name is Fred, and behind the camera we've got Craig. And our plan this afternoon was to first come to this area where we last had any signs of the wild dog. But it's always nice to spend some time at a watering hole to see what's here. And we just managed to see something that I haven't seen here before. It looks like a group of banded mongoose. You can see them there on the edge. And I would actually be so happy if they come down for a drink. I've never ever seen banded mongoose come down for a drink. It looks like there's quite a few of them there. Just saw about 3 or 4 have gone under that log. And some of the other ones are still further back in the shade of the trees. Oh, there they go. Look at that. Just see the one under the log. The others are still a little bit hesitant. Wendland's asking if those mongoose can swim. Now, I've never seen them swim, but they are very, very adaptable little creatures, so I'm pretty sure if they have to, they will swim, but you can see they just ran off when they heard the sound of water. I wonder if something gave them a spook there. They're normally very, very quick to react to any sort of danger, and they'll take the chance to go back to cover if they do feel that there is something that has exposed them. But I've been looking up and I didn't see an eagle or anything else that might potentially try and catch them. But the moment the first one runs, the others will run off as well. And how lovely was it now just to also hear that hippo call. But yeah, back to the mongoose swimming. Like I said, I've never seen them swim, but I'm pretty sure that they will be able to if they have to, but they don't regularly go to water to specifically go and swim as far as I'm aware. But that's the one thing I love about safari is you can go out to an area and find something that you haven't seen before, even though you've come to the same watering hole day after day. So what a pleasant surprise to see banded mongoose here. I had a look around, doesn't seem like there's much activity. There's one Egyptian goose and a couple of hippo in the water, and earlier on there was one elephant on the other side of the watering hole that just came for a quick drink, but he moved further into
into the bushes to start feeding. But it's one of my favorite things to do is always just to go past a nice watering hole to see if there's any activity. So what we're going to do is we're going to continue going further east from here to see if we can't pick up any signs of that pack of wild dog that was here this morning. And for now, we're going to send you over to Djuma with a swimming amphibian.
Amphibian? I do not have an amphibian, that's for sure, but I do have a reptile. And we often get asked, what animal would you like to be out here? And we say leopards or lions or wild dogs, hyenas. But really, look at this. This is a life. They've just been hanging, chilling in the water column, getting the warmth from the sun, but also the nice coolness from the water. Just chilling. And what's fascinating about reptiles is that oviducal sperm storage is actually known in females of almost all taxa in reptiles, almost all, especially the testudines. You can call them chelonia, which is what we're looking at. And female testudines can actually store viable sperm for a really long time. So what this means is only one single insemination is often enough to complete the female's entire reproductive output for the whole nesting season or breeding season. And this can extend to over hundreds of offspring or hundreds of eggs, shall we say. So what they're able to do, especially some terrestrial species, they're actually able to store the sperm in their reproductive tract prior to, and I use this very loosely, but hibernation or estivation or that period of dormancy. They're actually able to store it over winter, and then when spring comes, they don't need to mate. They don't need to find a man. They've already got their sperm. They've got a little storage pouch. So when spring comes and they start to wake up and life is thriving all around, there's water and vegetation is lush, then they just use the sperm that they already have. And that is absolutely incredible that they can do that. And this is mostly extensively studied in chelonia, stroke testudines, your turtles, your terrapins, your tortoises. And you've got to think why, really. There's lots of different reasons why, but I mean, it's not so easy for animals like reptiles that are slow-moving, ectothermic, to sort of find one another in this huge environment. And not just in this environment, in the bush, but think about the ocean or any other environment where they're found. So at least when they do mate and they do find that male, they can just store it, they can save it, and there you go. Maybe the act of mating is also really energetically costly. When they find their mate, maybe it's exhausting for them, maybe it's costly for them, and therefore, just store the sperm. Just mate once, and then just store the sperm. But there was a study with hawksbill turtles, another example of chelonia, where they actually sampled tissue and the genotypes of different females, and it was shown that in one of the females, the hawksbill turtle, all her offspring, all her hatchlings, were sired by the same male, and they're promiscuous. They mate a lot, the males compete, but all her offspring were sired by the same male from 2 years prior. Is it likely that she would have encountered that same male in the ocean? She's already laid a clutch, but 2 years later, after that clutch, genetically it's the same male. Do you think she will meet that same male in the ocean? I don't. So did she just use his sperm once and then store the rest? I mean, of course they could have re-encountered each other, we can't prove that, but I think she stored it to ensure fertility. He was a strong male, she was impressed by him genetically, he is the one. So she just stored his sperm, laid one clutch, and 2 years later laid another clutch, using that same sperm. Just mind-blowing. That's why you should always stop and look at all of these wonderful little things. And I'm going to choose the terrapin to be my animal of today. So we're going to keep bumbling in the sun, see what else we can find, and you guys are going to bumble over to Pinda.
Welcome back, everybody, to Pinda, where we've come across quite the spectacle. There are 3 white rhino in this watering hole. Have a look left and right. The one on the right has just gone down for a bit of a mud wallow. He came up and over the wall and they were all busy drinking, and now they've laid down in the perfect patch of mud to, like we previously described with those warthog wallowing. These rhino have just done the same. Sat down, rolled over the one side, got back up, shuffled on the other side, and then did the same. And now the one on the left has done the same. But it's obscured by its mom, at least. You can see if this one rolls around, that's in picture. But getting the best of both worlds is here. A bit of a mud wallow, drinking as well, having a lap of water. Really, really hot afternoon, so I can only imagine how that will bring the temperature right down. Have a look at that sheen off their backs now from that mud. Maybe Mom does the same again now, although she has gone down. There we go. Oh, you can imagine how lovely how lovely that must be for them. 3 very happy rhino in picture. Well, 2, the third's just out of picture, but have a look at that. Maybe it goes all the way around, no? Shame, it probably feels quite vulnerable when it's on its back like that. Let's see if the youngster does it again in the same spot that Mom did. Bit of a squelch as they leave the mud, and I can only imagine that they're going to head off to the left and find some areas to graze in this afternoon. I'm in a calf that big. It looks like a big bull on the right hand side is also now starting to show signs of getting up and getting active. He's only just done the one side. Let's see if he sits back down on the other side to cake himself in mud on that side. Having a quick drink first. Very important to stay hydrated out here, and temperatures that feel this afternoon upwards of around 30 degrees. David, yeah, yes, I can imagine that they do get very itchy. They'll often find stumps there, you know, trees that have been pushed over by elephants and the likes that are the perfect height, even sometimes big rocks that they find at perfect heights and angles to get at those hard to reach places, to scratch the underneath of their bellies and their backs and sides. That will help alleviate those itches for one, and then remove that mud that will then take with it ticks and parasites and the likes. They must be so content after wallowing in that mud now as well. Nice and cool. The wind's starting to pick up now as well, so that must be cooling down even more. Oh, spraying a bit, that one on the one in picture. Let's see if he doesn't scrape that rhino. See, he's curled his tail up. Maybe if he doesn't scrape, he's not the dominant bull of the area, but often they'll scent mark like that, spray, and then drag their feet, or if they defecate, also scrape their feet in that and then walk along. But beautiful scenes this afternoon. Lovely little bit of a reflection of him in the water as well. Lovely little quiet spot where they are down there, probably quite nice and sheltered from this wind. In fact, that we're feeling from up top. And you can see just how dry it is over here as they walk, that little bit of dust that they kick up. Roaming rhino, you're absolutely welcome. They have done us a huge favor by being here this afternoon. Not only that, but then tucking themselves into this wallow just beneath us and offering some spectacular scenes this afternoon, the three of them. Because that's usually what happens in the heat of the day for them, just to try and cool off in the heat of the day, find a bit of a mud wallow, roll around, cake themselves in mud, and then even sometimes just rest in that mud to cool off. So yeah, an absolute treat to see wallowing rhino. Still fairly hot for, what is it now, almost 3:30 this afternoon, and it's amazing, between now 2 hours time it's almost going to be quite dark and a lot cooler than what it is now. But yeah, not a cloud in the sky this afternoon. Might leave the three of them in peace and carry on in search of those lions and potentially those cheetah out here in the open areas.
Do you dream of an African holiday in unparalleled luxury? Where your days are spent in the company of wildlife and cooling off in your very own plunge pool? Well, this month's prize may be the one for you. Expertly camouflaged into the unspoiled environment of the world-famed Sabi Sand Game Reserve, it's hard not to fall in love with Simbambili. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer before the end of May, and you and a friend could be jetting off to this ultimate escape from reality. A luxurious safari and spa getaway wrapped up in one impressive package. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Our bodies are made up of about 60% water, which means that in a very short space of time, you can dehydrate completely. A relatively efficient way of collecting water early in the morning is to take an absorbent material like a sock and to walk through the grass, absorbing the condensed dewdrops on the grass. Once the material is saturated, you can then squeeze it out into a container, or you can suck it out directly into your mouth.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how Wild Earth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
There is clearly something in the vicinity around you that's drawn their attention. Yes, that meerkat in the tree is just the coolest of cool meerkats. But watch how he battles when he comes down. That would be like me climbing a tree, just better.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
About to end, but we just watched the sweetest moment of June arriving to the den. Nobody's here. Oh, I didn't get any comms there, but apparently we are live. There we go. Hello, little one. We've been waiting on you for quite some time. We can see you. This is our battle year chick, of course. Little chickadee. sometimes we come and we get nice visuals, and sometimes we come and we don't. The nest is very high up this tree, so it's not too easy for our cameramen, but naturally they do our best, and it's very hot. It's extremely hot. I would rather stay tucked in my nest if I was a bird. But, oh, hello. Yes, I love it when it pops its head out. Would you look at that? Oh, we all love you very much. You're so loved. Oh, now you're shy. But I really, I mentioned this before, so I'm not trying to repeat, but I haven't seen either mum or dad on this nest during this entire stint that I've worked this 2 weeks. So I really do think the chick has came to the stage where the parental care has dropped. So there definitely will be still parental care from mum, but it's dropped to about 25% of what it originally was. And this is just, like we were discussing with Kalamba this morning, it's just mothers forcing their offspring, be it mammal, be it avian, be it reptilian, to reach a little bit of independence. So they still will feed chick, but it's time also for the batelier to learn things on its own. So normally we find the parents just on the tree behind. They're never that far away, but I just have not seen them sitting on the nest in a really long time. I think we can safely say this chick has definitely reached the 7-week mark at least. And the first flight is normally said to happen anywhere between 95 to 125 days. So of course that's your 3-month, 4-month mark is when we'll see this little chick take its first flight. I'd love to be here for that. But I mean, if we're at maybe 7 or 8 weeks now, we've got a little bit of time to go before we see it flying. And we'll first see it doing exactly what the spotted eagle owls did with the wing stretching and the standing up and developing all those muscles in the wings and getting used to actually having wings. I remember the day we saw Sebwig realize, like, whoa, I have these things that allow me to fly. This is crazy. I've got to go through all of that process before this little one will actually fly. But by week 9, you normally see them doing this sort of threat display, and they raise their wings often. So this is preparation. I haven't really seen this chick do it, so I think my guess is around the 7 or 8 week mark. But we just need to keep a really close eye on as much as we can of its development. Can we see you again, please, little one? I come every day to see this chick, every single day. Whether it's there or not, we always come by. But you can see how remarkably different it looks from the adults. Really different. And they stay this way for quite some time before they develop the entire adult plumage at around 7 to 8 years. It's not 7 to 8, that's 7 to 8. Come on, little one, give us a view before we leave. One more view. can just see that head bob, and I'm very curious. I've noticed it gets very alert when it hears other bird calls, any bird call. It gets very alert. It's listening to everything. Okay, I don't think we're going to get any more views, which is sad, but at least we saw a partial view. Right on cue, there we go. So as we admire our little feathery one here, we're going to send you across to Mike in Pridelands.
So we've also got some little friends in a tree. There's two vervet monkeys sitting on a fallen, what looks like a russet bush willow, and there's a smaller one grooming the slightly larger one. It's very interesting to watch because it's often the case that monkeys need to create and strengthen social bonds in order to ensure that they get protection. So the larger monkey there, I don't know if you can see it, Gert, can you see that one? The larger monkey is probably a male, and it's probably one of the leaders of this little troop of monkeys, and the smaller one is maybe a young male. Can you see them there, Gert?
I see the grooming. Yeah.
Okay, sweet. So, yeah, so they often groom like this in order to ensure that they can get protection or help when they're in trouble. That obviously has so many other benefits as well. I mean, it keeps them clean, keeps them healthy, and for the one doing the grooming, keeps them fed as well, because they will eat those little ticks and fleas and things that they find. There's a number of vervet monkeys. Some of them have climbed up into small trees in the area, looking out for danger. Others are drinking. So where these ones were sitting, it's this fallen tree, and amongst those branches, they can get to the water, and from there, it's at least fairly safe for them, because they know from there, there's much less chance of a crocodile or some other predator catching them whilst they have got their head down drinking the water's edge. And there's more of them coming down a big game path towards the water as well. There's a number of larger monkeys now arriving. And this is the start of probably what is going to be quite a few animals coming down to drink. Now the sun is sort of getting down to its last quarter, heading its way down towards the horizon. The temperature is going to drop quite significantly, and will be the last chances for a lot of these small animals to drink while it's safe. And these monkeys, of course, will need to go up into trees to be safe during the night to roost. So a lot of the trees around here, the knob thorns with the thorns protecting them, the weeping boer beans with their big round canopies and drooping branches, really perfect places for them to roost for the evening. Now you can see a few of them getting up, really up into those branches and around the thickets, the water's edge there. We were looking as well, there's a dead tree just behind where those monkeys were. And in that dead tree, we suspect there is the nest of some green wood hoopoes. I hope those monkeys don't discover them. Susan, vervet monkeys can make a huge variety of sounds. They can vocalize in many different ways, and it's one of the few animals that we know of here in southern Africa that uses different types of vocalizations for different predators. It's a great question, Susan. So oftentimes we'll hear them making different noises for leopards or birds of prey, even snakes, for example, and they definitely have different behaviors. You'll see them climbing up into the trees if it's a ground predator, or they'll be on the ground looking up from thickets if it's a bird of prey. And they'll often, if it's a snake or some other small thing like a mongoose, they'll literally follow it and mob it to try and chase it away. And then all the different sounds they make can be squeals and screams, it can be growls. It's a very, very interesting animal. In fact, we'll stay with them a little bit, and hopefully we'll get to hear them making some vocalizations. But in the meantime, we'll send you over to a feathery animal.
Welcome back, everybody, to and Beyond Phinda, where we found something that's not the most common bird, but a very chirpy one this afternoon, the Aramark babbler. I'm going to keep quiet for a couple of seconds for you to listen to that. Very distinct for me, quite a low-felt call, but we do hear it in certain parts of this reserve. Have a listen to these noisy babblers. They've got that very distinct yellowy orange eye, and there must have been about 5 or 6 of them that flew across there, making quite a racket this afternoon. But yeah, very aptly named babblers as they fly from one perch to another, and now deadly quiet. You'd never know that they were there if we drove past there now without them making a noise or where they were. But bright yellow eye, and then those very distinct arrow marks on themselves. And we'll see now if any more pop up in picture while Odie scans. We've got, I think, the best cameraman we can for them if they do fly off. Odie's definitely set to follow them. But something that you might hear a little bit more often with the guys up in the low veld than with us, but very special to get here on Phinda as well. If I show you quickly, I'll just show you briefly what we were looking at. Is this bird here, right down at the bottom, the Aramark babbler. We spoke about that very, very orangey eye, and then those very distinct arrowheads on its chest. But yeah, that unmistakable call that you heard now off to the right here a short while ago, with them making quite a racket. It's such a pleasant sound to hear them. And a beautiful spot here. We've parked next to another watering hole, just listening out. We heard some Franklin alarm calling earlier on, some crested Franklin making quite a racket as well. I'm not quite sure what they were alarming at, but an area like this could very well be something like this cheetah that we set out to find. All that being said, the guys in this area have occasionally been finding leopard, which would also be a treat. I don't think I've ever seen one on this side of the reserve, but they have been seeing more and more of them, which is quite exciting. I'm hoping that we can also find that one for you at home to view. But it's gone quiet here, so we might have to venture off to the next watering hole to see what we can find over there for you. Very good. It's nice to tick off those birds from you that are couch twitching from the comfort of your home, and to see them and hear them is also really, really special. So a very good bird, Harry, to hear and see. So I'm glad that was a new one for you. And it's amazing just how quiet they've gone now. I haven't seen them fly off from where we last saw them. But very, very quiet now. It was the odd call of a little bee-eater just now, but it's gone again very quiet. And everyone may be starting to, now that it's starting to cool off, significantly actually, there's been a huge drop in temperature here. Everything's starting to come a little bit more alive again, which is amazing. Now warming up to that somewhat golden hour of light just now that we might see out here in the plains. And hopefully we can find you one of those cats that we've been looking for, either that pride of lions or those cheetah would be an added bonus. But also just off in your picture down below to the right, we spoke about those rhinos with the mud on their backs, this fallen over tree. I think from the very bottom of it where it's fallen over right down through to the top, there's just perfect angles for things to either drape themselves over and give their bellies a scratch, or even their sides to help rid of that mud and the ticks that then follow. You can still hear quiet murmurs from those babblers off in the distance down below in this drainage line. But gone super quiet again. I'd love to know what those Franklin were alarming at a little bit earlier on. But for now, just to sit and listen to see if there aren't anything, or if there isn't anything else rather, that might be alarming. There often, where we are, little groups of vervet monkeys that you saw and spoke about earlier on, that might be here, and if they see predators from a distance, there's that very distinct alarm of theirs that they'll use to alert each other and everyone else of predators in the vicinity. But there are none of them around. Flying off now to our left are a couple of little bee eaters, and I know if I start the engine they might fly off, but if I show you here, Eddie, this fever tree just off to our right, in between those two, you see where that branch is moving there, you might just be able to see them in picture. Beautiful little birds, those, with that blue eyeliner. In the distance, they are now going for a little bit of a swim in this watering hole here on our left-hand side. And we'll see where they end up landing, because they're landing on all different branches here. If they end up in an open view, I just know if I start the vehicle that they're going to fly off to another area. But you can hear that very high-pitched tweet of theirs. King Kong, you asking why the bee eaters haven't migrated of yet? Very good question. And interestingly enough, the little bee eater does not migrate. He sticks around all year, which is always a pleasure, because they are, for me, one of the most beautiful families of birds. Them, the white-fronted bee eater, we also got a good chance of seeing because they stick around. But the white-throated bee eaters disappear, as well as obviously the European bee eaters and the southern carmine bee eaters, which we don't get here. I think there have only been a couple of records of those southern carmine bee eaters here on Phinda. And then the blue-cheeked bee eaters, which we have seen and been lucky enough to catch on camera here before, but not in this area, in the area that we call the floodplain, out in those open areas in the south of the reserve. Excuse me. But yeah, we are lucky enough to have the little bee eaters all year round. What I will do now quickly is just creep slightly further forward for Odie. There's a herd of impala that's slowly but surely making their way down to the water in that gap that you might see there. The bee eaters now must have found a different perch to dry their feathers off as they go down. They're much like swallows when they go down and dip themselves in the water and then fly back up to have a bit of a bath. But they too have gone quiet now. Really, they stood out like sore thumbs now when they were backlit by this light in these fever trees. And fever trees, you can see now, those impala are still enjoying the grazing. That grass may be a little bit more nutrient, being so low to the water, a little bit more moisture to it as well. And the babblers that you might hear again, in fact they've come out to the top of the same tree and fluttering around quite a bit where they are, as those impala head off up into maybe the safety of the other side to have a bit of a drink. But if I keep quiet, you'll have to let me know if you hear those babblers now off to the right-hand side. It's perched at the top, and it does what looks like a little bit of a dance every so often as it calls. And you can see that very orangey eye that I was talking about just now. Very, very busy birds, those. Beautiful markings. Might spend a little bit more time at this watering hole to see what other birds we can find, or if anything else comes down to join us for a drink this afternoon. Otherwise, I might just see if we can't find those cats we've been talking about all afternoon.
We all have a busy schedule and a lifestyle which is confined to stress and tensions. For so many of us, the hustle and bustle of a tedious life has meant we have lost our inner peace. Traveling is an ultimate remedy that lets us unwind and helps us experience peace in the lap of nature. Wild Earth encourages the benefits of travel by giving away an amazing prize every month.
I was totally overwhelmed to receive this fantastic prize of 3 nights at Tswalu. Wild Earth has been a lifesaver for us during the pandemic and has kept us sane. Thank you so very much, Wild Earth.
Sign up to be an explorer today, and it could be you jetting off on an all-expenses-paid-for safari experience. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature. For many years, Wild Earth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for Wild Earth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on Wild Earth.
So we're still sitting in the same spot, and there's still the vervet monkeys are around. A lot of them have moved up into a weeping boar bean to feed on some of the bean pods. And there's also a lot of noise coming from the tree line in the far distance, I think. Could be some large animal coming down to the water, something like a giraffe maybe. It's not easy to hear from where you are. There's certainly a few oxpeckers that have just flown into the area. And that's often an indicator of large mammals, not only. The monkeys for now are just keeping us entertained, feeding on those weeping boar bean pods and seeds. Now, those are not particularly tasty. I'm not going to lie to you. I've tried some before. If you don't eat them right, they're incredibly bitter. It's very difficult to see them from where we are. Unfortunately, it's quite a long shot. They've moved into that boar bean, just like I said they probably would. Boar bean's a great place, nice and easy to climb. Lots of drooping branches, plenty of shade and cover. It's a great place for a vervet monkey to roost for the night. we've been sat here now probably for about half an hour, and it's one of the most peaceful things I can imagine. Just sitting, doing nothing but enjoying the small sights and sounds. These, holy moly. I wish you could see what I'm seeing right now. There's a tiny terrapin that's just literally flipping its way out of the water onto this branch. I don't know if you will be able to see that now. I don't think not. It's so interesting. I thought it was a grasshopper or something coming out. And you see it just there where the big main branch goes into the water. That's a tiny little terrapin. So close to the edge of the water, there's a terrapin that's probably not much bigger than the palm of my hand. It just literally climbed between those two little branches and flopped itself up there. Now, the water is quite chilly because as the night falls, it's very, very cold. And so this terrapin needs to get as much warmth as it can before that long and cold night. You know, we've only got about 11 hours of sunlight at the moment. So there's far much more far more cold temperatures and far more darkness, which is not great for many reptiles, to be honest. It's fine in summer when it's nice and warm to be out and about at night, but in winter it's almost impossible for these very small reptiles, and this one, particularly living in water, must find it quite tricky to regulate its temperature, having to come out and in all the time. Tiny thing. This thing is probably recently hatched. And I'm not sure what species of terrapin this is. We get two here. We get serrated hinged and we get marsh terrapin. Normally the size is a good indicator. I believe the serrated hinged terrapin is much larger. Wow, it's amazing. So they've got clawed feet that also are webbed. So they're able to move very quickly in water, but also do a fair amount of movement on land. They're very, very adaptable. They can move long distances overnight, especially in the summer when it's warm and there's plenty of puddles, to find new water holes. Tortoises are completely terrestrial, completely land-based, unlike this terrapin, and they don't have webbed feet. They've got these pillar-like clawed feet, and they just move slowly over land. Not very good at swimming. In fact, I believe there's only one species here in southern Africa of tortoise that can swim, and that's the leopard tortoise. I'm sure some of you have seen leopard tortoises before. Flo, you're absolutely right. Tortoises and terrapins lay eggs on land, usually in wet vegetation, somewhere close to like a thicket or a bunch of shelter where they can remain fairly hidden from danger, but they also need a fair amount of warmth in the way of sunlight. So they maybe need sunlight at some time, because the temperature of the eggs is what how can I say it now? So the sex of the offspring that comes out of the egg is dependent on the temperature. So the warmer eggs are going to be females, and the colder eggs are going to be males in terrapins, which is opposite to crocodiles. In crocodiles, the colder eggs are going to be females and the warmer eggs are going to be males. I think it goes from 30 to 34 degrees is females in terrapins, and from 29 to 26 degrees is males in terrapins. I have this way of remembering it. I say tortoise females are hot, but crocodile females are cold-blooded killers. That's how I remember it. That's how I know that female crocodiles are developed at colder temperatures, because they're cold-blooded killers. And female tortoises are hot. Still very peaceful otherwise, though. Terrapins coming out the water, a few dragonflies flitting about, the monkeys still moving around on the water's edge. Very peaceful scene. A few starlings flying across the water. A lot of birds coming down now. Same like with the small animals, birds as well coming down now. The last drinks, whilst it's still fairly warm, before they go and roost in the trees during the night. Because when it gets cooler, they might find that a few of the predatory birds start to hunt. Falcons, kestrels, eagles, hawks, goshawks as well, laying in wait for these birds to come to the water's edge. So you'll find even things like doves will flock down en masse because obviously safety in numbers. Well, we're still going to just keep sitting here. We're going to probably stay here most of the afternoon, keep waiting and watching for anything else that might come down. So what we're going to do in the meantime is send you over to Pinder, and I think they have a rather small animal.
Welcome back to Pinder, everybody. Not too far from that watering hole that we were sitting at, we've come across as they stand, a tower of giraffe in picture. Lovely scenes, that depth of field here out in these open areas of the mountains behind this particular giraffe. This female, as she wanders off from us. But have a look at those mountains in the background and this giraffe walking through these open areas. Some really, really spectacular scenes. And also something that can help us find predators like cheetah and lions, especially in this long grass. They've got such a height advantage over us that they are able to see things in the long grass that we aren't able to otherwise. And like you can see now, there's that distinct tail flick that they'll do, and then they'll just stare fixedly at whatever it is that's in the long grass. But for the time being, staring straight at us. Not alarming, probably just looking at us, wondering what we're saying about him. But only good things. Beautiful picture, that symmetry that you see there, fever trees in the background. That big nose, the big ears, and those eyes, of course. And those eyelashes. Jeez, they've got beautifully long eyelashes just to help them protect their eyes from flies that they otherwise wouldn't be able to get to. Gary Barry asking if they've all got unique patterns. Absolutely, yes, they do. Some are a little bit lighter than others, some are a lot darker than others, but yes, they will all have their own very distinct patterns, and a lot of them, not so much this one, has got those very distinct markings. It's almost somewhat like a spider's web there on its back legs. Some of them have, these plains giraffe have what they look like oak leaves patterns on their back legs, but yes, they do all have their own unique patterns. There in picture, sorry, Odie's doing a phenomenal job now of just showing you those patterns. But in picture, just off to the left of us, is one of those little bee eaters that we spoke so highly of just now at the watering hole. Just in the road in front of us, perched on that dead stick. There we are, Odie's got it. Have a look at that little bird. Phenomenal. That beautiful little blue eyeliner as well. Yellow underneath its chin, and then that dark green back. A little beater, and have a look at how busy its head is, looking around for insects and things like that. To hawk, might fly, catch something, and then come back straight to the branch that it's perched on if it is successful. A very, very busy little bird. Copy that question from Gavin. Do we see, what was it in the winter season? Yes, Gavin, we will see fewer birds than normal now in the winter season. The migratory birds have all left to chase the summer elsewhere in the world. But we do have the residents, like that little bee-eater that you see, that will stick around with us all year round, which is quite nice because they are really, really pretty little birds. Otherwise, some of the birds that do stick around, things like the eastern nickiter, its call changes. It's got that very faint winter call as opposed to its very liquid, vibrant summer call that you'll hear towards the end of the year again. But yes, we have started seeing a lot fewer birds now coming up into winter. The giraffe, I don't know if you saw that as it licked its lips, it's got a very, very long leathery tongue that it uses to wrap around the greenery and pluck that greenery as it eats. Stop now that we've said what it's doing. But feeding off a really small shrub, which I can imagine has quite a bit of new growth, which might be a little bit softer for it, maybe a little bit more nutrient for it as well, which makes things a little bit easier. There in picture, also just below, flying around, was that little bee-eater again. And I know we've seen the odd white rhino out here in these areas. Also, the odd chance of us seeing something like a black rhino, which we'll keep scanning for, because they're a little bit smaller than the white ones we saw earlier. Might just be the ridges of the back that we see. But we're going to head back to Lauren and Juma, who's got some antelope for us this afternoon.
I'm on Chitwa, and we've just watched the great migration of Inyala. It's been wonderful. It's a huge mixed herd with lots of youngsters and one young boy. I'm just going to try and catch up with them again. This is the same Inyala herd that we actually see regularly, and they're very, very relaxed for antelope. They're not skittish around the vehicles, and it's probably because, well, they hang out on Chitwa airstrip. So they see aircrafts and vehicles. I'm just going to go up a little bit ahead because I want to take a look at these youngsters. They're so sweet. Okay. Impo, work your magic. And it's just lovely to see Inyala herds. We see the bulls quite often, but big herds of ewes like this are quite unusual, I would say. And they are the marker species after all. So the males are bulls and the female are ewes. And what I mean by marker species is this is a sort of size. This is the antelope species that marks the difference between rams and ewes. And then bulls and cows, sorry. So it's all to do with size. So these smaller species will be rams and ewes, and then as you reach the bigger sized antelopes, they will become bulls and cows. And Inyala are said to be the marker species of both. And you can see that's a young boy just leading ahead there. He's not quite developed his full shaggy coat, and his horns also haven't developed properly yet. But you can see immediately that he's a male. Oh, this is also a young boy at the back there. Oh, you see that? Yes, just him. Tiny, tiny little horns popping up. He was a very young boy. They've even got a set number of stripes. Can you believe it? It's not random. The females are said to have 18 stripes to make up their disruptive markings. And the males are said to have about 14 stripes to make up their disruptive markings. But this young male that I just pointed out, who looks like a female from a distance, but then you see his tiny little horns, it actually takes 2 years for the males to develop the full adult coat. So this shows you straight away that he's a young male, and he's definitely 100% under 2, that's for sure. Long way to go before he reaches 2. And this is thought to be a tactic to reduce negative attention from more mature males. Oh, look at the 2 youngsters at the back, and Bo. How lovely. So it means that they're better camouflage amongst the antelope. They mix in with the herd when they're very, very young, and it just draws attention away from them. And then when they reach 2 years old, they've got their full adult coat, and then, of course, they're ready to act as a male Inyala. You are 8 years old, and yes, they do. Those stripes do look like they're painted on, but of course they're not. Unless they wake up every morning and they paint them on like we do our makeup. But I don't think so. But they're so perfect. And Kia, they're there for a reason. Although we're very, as humans, attracted to them, and we think, oh, that's so beautiful that the tigers have stripes and the Inyala have stripes and the leopards have rosettes. It's actually called disruptive markings. So we can see these animals in front of us. We can see this herd. But if they were to start moving through the vegetation, these stripes actually help break up the body outline. It disrupts the entire body. And this makes it a lot more difficult for the predators to actually spot them. They blend in. Exactly the same as a leopard's rosettes, a tiger's stripes, and so forth. So yes, they're beautiful.
So we were just sitting at the dam and we noticed a feather and wondered what kind of a feather it might be. And of course, being an enthusiastic birder as I am, I immediately said, Pell's fishing owl. Can't be anything else. If you look at your bird books at home or on your apps, if you've got apps, look up a Pell's fishing owl. It's an incredibly similar color with similar markings. And of course, it could well be that feather. But Gert, being Gert, much more of a thinking man, he said, but hold on a second, Mike. Haven't we seen Birchel's cuckoo here before? And I said, yeah, but they don't have stripes on them. And when we looked a bit further into it, if you use your bird books at home, the Birchel's cuckoo juvenile has these beautiful red feathers like this with these stripe marks as well. So I think that's much more likely, seeing as how we've actually seen that bird here at the dam before. The Pell's fishing owl is a very rare bird and mostly only found on very big rivers. It would be very unusual to find a Pell's fishing owl here. And also, owl feathers tend to have a lot of worn edges, very soft feathers along the edges. That makes it very silent when it flies. And this, as you can see, it's got a very rigid edge, which means that it doesn't need to be quiet. A Birchel's cuckoo doesn't need to be quiet. It scrambles its way through the undergrowth, hopping and jumping on branches, catching insects, even sometimes other birds and chicks, eggs, frogs, whatever it can find. Pell's fishing owl will be swooping low over water, usually catching fish, of which we actually haven't seen too many fish in this water. Lots of terrapins, lots of frogs, which they might also eat, but not too many fish, unfortunately. This waterhole being quite isolated and only really flowing at certain parts of the year, and then often going dry as well, almost completely dry. There hasn't been that much catfish that have yet colonized, but it will happen soon. I'm sure in the next couple of years there will be lots and lots of fish that will be colonizing all over inside this. Collinating. Gosh, my English is completely gone today. Thank goodness at least you've got the beautiful views to look at. Maybe that's why I'm tongue-tied. Just astounded by the beauty of the area. Anyway, I love finding these little things like this. It always just reminds me that, in everything in life, if we just took a bit more time to sit quietly and observe and watch, we would notice so much more. It might just help us to realize that life is about more than just rushing from point A to point B. I really wonder where this kukul is right now. We haven't seen kukuls around for a while. I've seen a few hopping around other parts of the reserve, but perhaps the ones here have fledged their chick and no longer tied to a nesting site. So they can be more or less... Oh, there's a couple of starlings flying across there. Now it's not really the breeding season, so most birds can move more or less freely wherever they'd like to go. I think it's quite nice. Can't even see the monkeys anymore. I think they've moved off. Probably around there somewhere. You've got one. Aha. There is still a monkey. Ah, there's a monkey walking straight through the middle of the... between those two tamboities. In fact, a few days ago, Gert and I and Alexa were sitting right there where that monkey is. And we were in a deep conversation. And of course, as always happens when you're in the bush and not really being observant, like I was just saying, you will be surprised by an animal, and we ended up getting surprised by a whole herd of elephants, including some tiny little babies. We had to make a very fast extraction, and it was amazing. They did not know we were there at all. Considering how oblivious we were to them when they arrived, the first thing we heard was the slurping of their trunks. It was funny. Gert had his backpack off, the camera backpack with the battery, and I've never seen a human being put a backpack that weighs that much on so quickly. Gert laughing. It was a very funny experience. At the time, we were quite nervous because the elephants were very close to us. So there's a little bush just between where we were sitting and this side of the waterhole. So you see there's like a fallen tree log thing. And we were basically on one side and the elephants were right on the other side. And both groups were oblivious to each other. And we made a quick getaway and we found ourselves in a good position, but unfortunately, the wind was not quite right, and they smelt us and started to actually follow us. So we had to just make ourselves scarce. So while we've got this beautiful waterhole with the monkeys still being interesting and the beautiful scenery, we'll send you over to Pinder, who's also enjoying an incredible scene.
Welcome back, everybody. You can see dead in the middle of your picture are, every so often when the light catches them, a couple of red-billed oxpeckers. They're actually perched on the back of a black rhino that, again, Odio's pulled one out the hat and spotted a black rhino. It was up just now, but it's laid back down and it's lying dead in the middle of your picture out in the distance. It is really far away, but the only thing that, well, I mean, we know it's there because we saw it, but there are a couple of oxpeckers bouncing around on its back, and when the light catches them, you see that little bit of that yellow tinge that they have to their chests as they bounce around and fly around about looking for ticks and things like that on that rhino. And every so often he picks his head up, maybe he smells something, but this wind has just about died down this afternoon. As it starts to cool off, he might get up and move to continue browsing, but a super special find this afternoon. There's a little bit more movement from him, maybe just shifted his head from one side to the other. You see the birds flying around as well that I mentioned, and it's often things like that that can lead us to great things like this oxpecker, unless Odie spots them before everyone else and before things like oxpeckers help us find things like black rhino. But yeah, it is lying there and you probably think I've just been talking about a rock for the past couple of minutes. But there is most definitely a black rhino lying out there in the open. Just very, very thick vegetation at the moment that it's lying in, so it makes viewing him quite tricky. That giraffe is still there, off to the left-hand side, staring off into the abyss to see what it can find. No luck with those cheetah, but now that it's starting to cool off, I can only imagine that they might look to move, either find a potential meal, and those lions as well. There are a couple of guys out this afternoon looking for both of them, and we'll see, maybe we can have some luck a little bit later on. But we're going to head off to Tswalu for Deirdre to say hello to us this afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome to Tswalu. We have some of the Southern Pride on lunch. They're eating what's left of their kudu carcass that they killed 2 days ago. Just seems to be at least one lioness and some of the cubs. Where we don't, quite thick bush, we haven't seen everyone here, so welcome. I'm Deirdre, and on camera with me is BK. And as you can see, we're in a relative thicket, and they've decided to they've killed a kudu bull, and it's underneath that sociable weaver's nest that's in the boskia tree there. So a little bit challenging from a visuals point of view, but there you can see the ear of the cub in the front. Just shows you how well camouflaged they are, even in the grass. So this was a relatively large kudu bull. And we can see, what have we seen? We've seen at least 4 cubs and at least 1 lioness. That's what we've seen. Definitely the lioness with the 4 smaller cubs is not here. So it might just be the 6 cubs and maybe 2 lionesses. But it is quite thick. So if they're hiding in the shade somewhere, we certainly haven't seen them. And this carcass, although it's been in the sun for 2 days, is quite smelly. And our only angle to show you is literally the smelly side, the downwind side of the carcass. But not really that much left. I think they'll finish it this evening, this afternoon, and then probably head towards the waterhole afterwards to drink. So the one in the back there is lying on its side, and it's basically put its molars, and I can hear the scissoring action, that crunch, 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 as it's scissoring through either cartilage or skin. It looks like it's working on the bottom jaw at this stage. Jessica is asking the question, do they use their front or their side teeth for cutting through the meat? It's basically their molars at the back of their mouth. They're sharp and pointed, and the way that the top molar and the bottom molar meet, they meet at like a 45-degree angle, and they create like a cutting edge. So they'll actually work towards putting the meat in the back of their mouth, and then using those molars as a scissoring action to cut through the meat. So their front main 4 canines is for the throat grab, to strangle or throttle the prey, and then the chewing teeth, or the sort of scissoring teeth, are the molars at the back. But if they're pulling at the meat, they will use also their front incisors as well. Yeah, there definitely isn't that much left on that carcass. definitely think that that's from what I can see, that looks like the jaw. That one was working on the head earlier when we came around the bend. By this time, most of the cubs and all the lionesses have had their fill, so this is just, everyone just takes turns. One will eat a little bit, move on, come back. They just take turns. There's no real squabbling or anything at this stage because everyone's had a decent portion of it. I just saw 2 feet roll over above the bushes. That's obviously somebody's tummy is very full. Even that one's heavy breathing. It's been a very warm 25 degrees today, so quite a warm winter day. So we're going to sit here and see if any of the visuals change. We'll keep you updated.
Do you dream of an African holiday in unparalleled luxury? Where your days are spent in the company of wildlife and cooling off in your very own plunge pool? Well, this month's prize may be the one for you. Expertly camouflaged into the unspoiled environment of the world-famed Sabi Sand Game Reserve, it's hard not to fall in love with Simbambili. Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer before the end of May, and you and a friend could be jetting off to this ultimate escape from reality. A luxurious safari and spa getaway wrapped up in one impressive package. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature. Founded in 1973, the Endangered Wildlife Trust has consistently and effectively worked towards achieving our conservation legacy. Contribute to this legacy by visiting EWT's Get Wild eShop and purchase products with a purpose.
I'm Nikki here at Ambion Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the Wild Earth website, head across to the Live Safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next Wild Earth drive.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
Well, we've unfortunately tracked Inhlangula into the Manyeleti, and so now we're just taking it very easy here at Khayamanzi Dam. It is an absolute picture at this time of the afternoon, is this particular waterhole. Although I don't know if I could call it a waterhole. This is a lake these days after the rains we've had recently. It is absolutely massive, but very, very scenic with all the dead trees. And kind of the hippos that are around, and there's often nice birds here, although today it seems pretty devoid of bird life. I haven't seen too much, but it's often a really, really nice place just to stop and take in one of the prettiest spots in the sort of northern parts of the Sabi Sands. Like I say, I mean, this dam is huge, and this water will be here for a long time. If we didn't get rain, I reckon it would take probably 2 full years, maybe even 3, to get this down to nothing again. It's crazy to see how much water is here. And remember that this was dry. So Kayamandi and Big Dam, both of them dried up. So they're not particularly deep dams, these, but they are vast. And so this will take a while for the water to drop. But you can actually see already on the tree line, or the dead trees, how much the water has dropped already this summer, or this period since the summer rains. You can actually see a nice little water line. So I reckon, what do you think, David? 1/2 meter?
Yeah.
Looks about that. It's already dropped about 1/2 meter, which is quite a lot, considering, we're only in May. This water should start to come down from there pretty quickly, and I'd imagine it will start to kind of come in nicely, but it will still hold water throughout this winter period, and it's going to be a very productive area, this little section, come the sort of late winter period, so September, October. There's going to be a lot going on in these areas, but I think those buffalo herds will spend a lot of time around here. Obviously, eddies will come in, and then you'll find even the predators will start to hang around. The problem with a lot of the animals, or for a lot of the animals, is that this is not a very safe place to come and drink. So while the ellies can have a whale of a time here, everybody else has got to be a bit careful. There's some big crocodiles in this dam. And, if they come down to drink or spend too long around here, they could fall victim to that. So you'll find that they'll, most antelope will be quite wary, and there's enough pumped little pans around that they can get away with drinking at those rather than coming to these big dams like this. The nice thing, though, is that it's got a nice healthy hippo population as well here. So between all of that, it creates a really nice environment just to spend some time. And it seems like Nsele and Nhlangula absolutely enjoy this section. They really like to be around here. Nsele of late, she was a little bit further south for a while, but since Luna's kind of absence, I don't know where Luna is at the moment. No one's reported a sighting of her for a good 3 months now. Even more, actually. I think it's probably closer to 4 or 5 months. The last time she was seen, she was actually pregnant. So I don't know if it's just that she's got cubs and she's being super secretive, but there's no tracks for a female with cubs anywhere, which is weird. Kimberly, yeah, we do. I think we all have, lived in a place where water can be dangerous and flooding can occur. So yeah, we do get floods that can happen. We haven't had it in a long time because of the drought, but the last flooding we had that was quite serious was in 2012. And this dam wall that I'm sitting on right now, Gowrie dam wall, Big dam wall, they all broke. So this was rebuilt around that time, and that's actually why this didn't have water for a long time, is because the dam wall took a while to repair. Same as Gowrie Dam in front of Vuyatela there. So yeah, we do have problems with that when it really rains, and this year we got a lot of rain, but it wasn't that bad. Now imagine having 4 or 5 years of the rain we had this year, and then an above average after that. That's when we start to get the really big kind of floods that come through and can be severely damaging to the area. For us, though, we're quite lucky because we don't have a big river here, so our drainage lines do flood, but it's not generally enough to cause massive problems. Further down, if you go towards where the Manyeleti, Mulawati meet the Sand River and then the Sand to the Sabi, all those lodges along those rivers have a tough time. They can easily be flooded out completely and guests have to be evacuated. I remember when I was at Lion Sands, we had to one morning wake up at about 2:30 in the morning and go and get all the guests from their rooms and tell them to leave all their luggage and everything. It's a horrible thing to have to do. Luckily, the water sort of steadied out and we actually didn't have to remove anyone from the lodge in the end, but we had to get everyone together onto the vehicles and kind of drive them up to a higher ground while we waited. And the water then started to subside and we could bring everybody back. But like I say, it's difficult to tell somebody, sorry, there's no time for you to grab anything. You need to leave everything behind. You need to go, because the rate of water rising is quite scary on those rivers. We were seeing it rising at about 1 meter every 5 to 10 minutes. Which is fast. Anyway, we're going to carry on. We're going to try and go and see if we can track down Kalamba now. In the meantime, though, let's send you across to Pinda. They've had more success than we have.
Welcome back to Punda, everybody. And just to confirm that we weren't talking absolute nonsense earlier on, in picture is that black rhino. And what a magnificent specimen. You can see now that very hooked lip of theirs, those big ears, head up, which is obviously very characteristic of the black rhino, being browsers. And this chap, now that it's actually starting to get quite nippy all of a sudden, has stood up, and you can see those oxpeckers on its back as well now. Out in pictures, just listening out to two things. That giraffe disappeared round and down into that drainage line. It might be walking there that it's hearing or listening to, but have a look at that as Odie pans out what he spotted from where we are. Unbelievable. That's actually a ridiculous spot, because it is minuscule in this open area. I think there are about 4 or 5 other cars that have joined us to view them. They came and left because they thought we were looking at rocks as well. But I'm going to have to point them in the direction of this episode a little bit later, just to show them that we did in fact have a black rhino in picture. And amazing to see them out. I say out in the open, but this grass is deceptively tall where it was, because when it lay down we didn't have a great view of it at all, if any. But now the fact that it stood up and provided us with such a great view is phenomenal. And it really is a special animal to see out here. There's obviously not very many left of them, particularly black rhino, so to see this chap out here like this is really, really special. And it's a big thanks to our man behind the camera, Odie, who is sadly, well, he's got a bit of a break from tomorrow afternoon, so we'll still have him behind the camera tomorrow. But he leaves us here on Punda. And have a look at that. Such a great shot and such a great perspective, and you can imagine the view that it's taking in our last little bits of sun as it sets off behind us to the west. Just enjoying that last bit of sun this afternoon before I'm sure it will carry on probably browsing throughout the night to feed off things out here like sicklebush. Maybe off to the left hand side there's a bit of a tamboti thicket in your picture. But yeah, a really, really special specimen to see. Mama, you're asking why black rhino are so scarcely seen. Well, we don't have the biggest population of them around, and they are really shy and elusive animals at that as well. They, a lot more territorial than that of white, and they just prefer thicker vegetation. Obviously, being the browsers that they are, they eat tambotis, suckerbush and the like, so they're just often in very thick vegetation. So unless they, like this chap out in the open, they're just really tricky to see. So hard to find for one, and like you saw earlier, Momo, if they are lying down, just really tough to see. But this chap is offering us some really, really special views this afternoon. And I haven't seen one in ages, so that is incredibly special. Nice to see now. You can see just on the right hand side of its face, that little black spot, that's its eye. So really small in comparison to the size of its head. Not the best of eyesight, but probably better than what we give them credit for. But really, really big ears, so really good sense of hearing. And if he lifts his head anymore, you might be able to see his nostrils, a really good sense of smell. But we're going to send you off to another location now that's got some birds.
Where'd you go and buy the Delta?
No, we were doing my boyfriend's family's there.
Okay.
So we went and visited them and thought about
And then they went and played in the Tuli block.
So we've managed to move around the thicket. We've got a slightly better view this side of the cub tucking into what's left. So what we can see is two sets of cubs, but only 2 of each of the age groups, and then only 1 female here. It might mean that the other female and some of the cubs has walked to the water, which is quite a way from here, or they're totally going to surprise us later and pop out from somewhere around us. But yeah, we've got visual of 5. And the 1 or 2 that we can see their bellies, it's just like this big fat beach ball. So uncomfortable. Oh, exactly. Oh, just can't get comfy. So now you can see now clearly how they're using the back of the teeth to scissor whatever skin is available there. It is pretty much all that we can see that's left is skin. A little bit of skin on the legs, and that's the... I think they're working on the sort of the cheekbone and under the jaw area. So they're definitely not wasting. And that is also a leg that you see there just in front of the lion's paw, and some of the ribs in the background on the right. Sometimes when you see them licking like that, they've got like little sharp barbs on their tongue, and sometimes licking like that, they're actually licking the meat off the bones. They can clean a bone quite nicely with their tongue. Oh, we're just going to find a place to lie down. Oh, right there. And there's one of the adult females, passed out. So it's a pretty impressive feat that these 2 lionesses have brought down a massive kudu bull. I heard it's a very, very large one before they started eating, and based also on the horns, but I can't see it now. We're trying to find a better spot. Stay in the shade. Utter satisfaction. That's what it looks like. Oh, there's another one making a move on the carcass now that there's a gap. His turn. You can just see all the flies. Harlow is asking the question, how long can they go before they go hunting again? So, with a pride this large, they'll settle for a day or two where they absorb all that meat, and then within sort of 3 days they'll start making attempts again. I always say it also depends on what they ate last. I mean, they've eaten a really, really good meal here. A really large kudu is a good meal. So they don't necessarily have to eat for a couple of days. But if, for example, this whole pride ate an impala and they had to share what was left of an impala between them, then they'd be hungry again much quicker. And they'd need to hunt relatively quickly after that. So lions average sort of 3 to 4 days they're going to try and hunt, but they never don't try. If an animal happens to walk through here and a lioness can creep up to it and attack it and kill it while they're here, they're known to do that as well. They're also known to kill multiple animals in one place if the lionesses are successful chasing. I've been in reserves where they've managed to kill 2 or 3 wildebeest at the same time, all the lionesses, and then they just feed and feed and feed. Sometimes they've just got so much food that they actually abandon half of what's left because they just had so much to eat. So they can be gluttons, but then there are also times where they can be lean and struggle to find food. So these lionesses do quite well for these cubs. They do hunt very successfully. Kudus, Gemsbok, and the pride, even with the help of the males, have brought down eland before. Zebra, another one. I want that piece. Yes, that piece. So once they've finished this and the lioness decides to get up and move, their next point is straight to the waterhole. Then they go and drink, and then they'll find a shady spot near the waterhole and they can sleep there for a day or two in the shade. They don't have to be actively mobile because they're not needing to hunt. And then after that, once all that food is digested, they'll attempt to go again. It's getting harder and harder for the lionesses now because the cubs are all old enough to follow them. So hunting with all the cubs in tow can prove quite challenging sometimes for the lionesses because the cubs don't have patience. Oh, that was a big groan. He's still uncomfortable. Oh. That is a big belly. That was the one that got up just before this other one. So a nice big fat belly. Yeah, it is in a bit of an awkward position for them. They've kind of dragged it underneath. They either killed it right here underneath the tree, which is possible, especially kudu bulls with large horns. Sometimes they get tangled up in a tree, or running into those areas, they get caught out. Otherwise, the lion actually drags the carcass to underneath the tree to keep it in the shade for when they are eating.
So we've got this cool, sorry everyone, we've got this really awesome hole that's been dug by an animal. And as I was walking along, I just noticed it, and it's immediately obvious to me what animal dug this. But I want to see from you all if you might be able to tell me what animal dug this hole in the dirt. Now, I'll give you some hints. There is some sort of cavities in here. It looks like there might have been some termite activity or some other insects. There's some activity of insects there. What animal might have dug this hole? Okay. I can even give you more hints. The hole is not very neat. It's a messy hole. You know, if you have a dog, if any of you have dogs back home, when your dogs dig a hole when they're trying to get to something, it looks like this. Have a look at that. Can you see that scene there? Any ideas what might have created this? What kind of creatures do you think of when you think of something that digs a hole in something that looks like it might have had insect activity or some sort of cavities in there? You see those cavities? Lots of grass material. This also could be another hint for what this creature might have been looking for, because often you find lots of grass around those areas. Don't be shy, everyone. I'd like to see if you've been on a bushwalk before, or you've been shown this before on a bushwalk, or even on a game drive. It's quite possible. The animal that created this is not commonly seen. Certainly not, but it is a firm favorite of many. So you can see there, if you look deep inside, you can see what looks like a hollow in there, okay? And there might even be another hollow even further down there. And there's lots of root material in there, so it could be, I'd say, 3 different animals that could have made this. If I would narrow it down to 3 different animals, all of which are nocturnal. Oh, I'm giving you so many hints here. All of which are nocturnal animals, or at least mostly nocturnal. You might find some of these 3 animals being more diurnal in places like Tswalu, where there are less predators, or at least it's more open area, and so animals can be more active during the day without worrying about bumping into a lion or a leopard or something like that. Almost certainly in this area, this animal will be active at night. All right, so I'll wait for your guesses. In the meantime, we'll send you to Pinder.
Welcome back to Pinder, everybody. This black rhino has just stepped out into the open, and if you have a look to the right of your picture, what's just emerged looks like a young calf. So I was mistaken in calling it a bull because there is a young calf in picture. So this is a cow and calf that you see. So not 1 but 2 treats this afternoon out here in these open areas. A lot of people, like I said earlier, have come and gone, thinking that we were staring into the abyss at a rock out in the open. But Odie was spot on from the start, and yeah, we've been greatly rewarded by sitting patiently just waiting for them to come out into the open. We spoke about that golden light this afternoon, what's left of it coming through here, shining on this black rhino. But amazing to see them out in the open for one, and just so still. They can move at quite a pace or just disappear at that, and they've been really playing out of their boots this afternoon by coming out into the picture and spoiling us with views like this of them. And as he pans out to the greater picture, they are still minute there. We are lucky that we can get so close with the camera that we've got to give you the views that we've had. But if you have a look at that with the sun starting to disappear and it's starting to get a little bit darker, we're starting to put jackets on the side because it's getting a little bit of a nip in the air this afternoon. And yeah, we're really going to have to brace ourselves for this winter because I think it's going to be a cold one. But really, really special to see these two out in the open this afternoon. Yes, Mom and her youngster, who is a little bit more reluctant to come out into the open. But just behind Mom now. And we'll see, she did start moving a little bit from right to left, so maybe she carries on now towards those tamboti thickets for a bit of food this evening. And I'm not sure if you've ever seen them before, but they cut branches and twigs at a perfect 45-degree angle, so quite nice to see. And if we do spot that at some stage, I'll definitely jump off to try show you. But that's often, you know, signs that they've been in the area, and we know to look out for them. And there you can see in its left ear that oxpecker digging right in the middle of that ear of it. It gave that ear look. There it's going. It must be quite irritating to have that bird pecking and fluttering around in its ear, which is obviously super sensitive to sound, and it just flicks it every so often to get rid of that tick, but it's probably doing it a favour by getting rid of ticks and parasites in there. I'm not sure if you can hear those birds chirping as well. Those are rattling cisticulus, tiny little birds that rain, shine, wind, snow, you name it, they'll still be rattling away and being the noisy birds that they are. But there you can see very, very alert this bomb. She listens from side to side and sort of looks around like she does. Still a little bit of a breeze blowing, and it's blowing across us. So from her off to the left, she might be smelling things that have come from the side. It could even be, you know, scents, maybe perfumes and colognes of people who have driven this road that we're on, that have drifted across towards her, that she puts her head up every so often to smell and try and gauge what it is. But there's the youngster now that's just emerged at the back of your picture. We might just let them be for the afternoon as they continue their way in towards those thicker areas off to the left, and see what else we can find.
If you love to watch Wild Earth, then we are inviting you to join our Explorers program. For a monthly subscription, you will have the opportunity to win fantastic Wild Earth expeditions, join our guides for a chat around the fire, receive weekly highlights from our shows, and much more. All the money will go to keeping these live safaris on air, which in turn allows us to escape into nature every single day.
And I find getting out to a local royal park brings me so much closer to nature. I can leave my pain at home. And like watching Wild Earth, I find it's the most amazing way to step out of life's difficulties and just breathe.
The chirping and fluttering of these Java finches at the feeder in our garden helps us start each day joyfully in connection with nature.
So this is our piece of nature that we've been enjoying and has been keeping us sane during lockdown. This morning we have 8 oyster catchers on our beach, which is a real treat.
Hug a tree, Steve, just for you.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at and beyond Pinde Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on Wild Earth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
So we are still sitting here, hi everybody, wondering what kind of answers you're going to come up with as to what animal created this dig site. This is very exciting for me in any case, because this is kind of the type of thing that we do with our students here at Eco Training. We give them these little whodunits, and it's always a wonderful thing to see the minds work. Picky, porcupine, that would be a great guess, because there are lots and lots of root materials that you can see in there, and porcupines, being rodents, also sometimes eat other things. They are quite omnivorous. However, this is not a porcupine, because a porcupine tends to dig in a very triangular fashion. So you'll see a very narrow triangular dig, because they have got a narrow nose and they dig like this, straight down, trying to get to something. And this wouldn't make such a big rounded mess like this. So it's a great guess, but I don't think you're correct. Picky, would be much more triangular. Casper, that's also a very good guess, and not one of the things that I was thinking about when I initially saw this. But mongooses also hunt for all sorts of things. Could be rodents. If there was a big hollow over there, that's the kind of thing that the mongoose would be going at. However, mongooses are also fairly neat animals. It's quite small, quite compact, with very long, sharp claws, and so they're digging for normally smaller things. So a mongoose hole would normally just be a small hole like that, just dug in the dirt, just like that. Literally look just like that. Small little hole, very precise, going directly for whatever it was looking for, not usually creating such a big, massive disturbance. Jennifer, that is almost exactly what I thought it was when I first saw it. But when I looked closer at it, I realized it was not an aardvark. But you would not be wrong in assuming that an aardvark might have made this because of the termite activity, or the little bit of insect activity that you see in this piece of dirt right there. But an aardvark is like a porcupine, much larger and with blunt nails. And an aardvark would make a dig also just in one direction like this, and make a huge area of dirt coming out like this. And oftentimes with an aardvark, you can see the heavy tail mark in the middle there. So an aardvark would be a great guess, but also not quite correct. Also, usually an aardvark's going deeper in, right? Almost like it was diving into the soil. Now, they have different types of digs. This could have been an exploratory dig, but not an aardvark. Lara Stewart, you got it. It was a honey badger. This is a typical honey badger dig, and this is because when honey badgers dig, they're like Jack Russells, Staffordshire Terriers. They go crazy. They just dig in like this. Then they jump around this side and they start digging, and they stick their noses in, and you often see them, if you ever get a chance to watch them, you often see them do this. That was more effective than I thought it would be, but they blow in the holes to try and chase out the little rodents. I suspect that there was a rodent living in here somewhere. Maybe there was multiple holes, and the rodent run came out here. And I think this honey badger came along, found it, and was tenaciously trying to get in here. So Lara Stewart, well done. This, in my opinion, is a typical honey badger dig site. And really wonderful. How did you come to that conclusion? I would like to know your thought patterns, but this grass is also quite typical. If this was a termite mound, you wouldn't find so much grass on it like this normally. But rodents use this kind of stuff as a shelter. So they would make their little hole right underneath the grass like this. So it's really, really wonderful. And yes, this messy dig all over the place, very typical of aardvarks. Sometimes you'll even find the remnants of the shell of a dung beetle or something lying there, if it was the dung beetle it was after. So well done, Lara Stewart, and everyone for your guesses. It's always wonderful to have you joining us on these walks. It's so interactive when we can answer these questions live on these safaris, especially when we're on a walk here in the African bush. And look at this, now we've got a beautiful African sunset happening behind us. It's just the perfect day. And to add to this beautiful sunset, we'll send you over to Lauren, who's managed to find a pride of lions.
have a case of very flat cat syndrome here. 4 tawny bodies belonging to the Nkuhuma Pride lying. Excuse me, everyone. Something is really irritating my nose today. And it's so lovely to see the Nkuhuma Pride on Djuma. It was such a surprise finding them a few days ago in Chitwa when you're tracking a leopard and lo and behold, you find the Nkuhuma Pride. Bless me again. Sorry, everyone. And it's lovely to see them on Djuma. They are on the very southeast corner, very close to what we call the old hyena den, Gwen's den. They're actually really not far away from that at all, just to give you some indication. So it'll be interesting to see when they do wake up what direction they're going to go in. Are they going to go north and further into Djuma, or are they going to go back down south? Are they going to walk along Gowrie Main, head to Arathusa? Who knows? Who knows? I can only see 4 so far, but I imagine there's more tawny bodies around. But they are fast asleep, head to bottom. Look at this one, Impo. That looks like a very dangerous situation there. If the one in front has gas, it's not going to be pleasant. But that's how nestled up they are. Hello, ladies. I love how close lionesses want to be. They really, really are a female unit. Enjoy spending time with one another. They're very tactile with one another. And lionesses do go off on their own, absolutely, but they don't enjoy it. They really are a cohesive social group. It's all about the females and their offspring, of course. I didn't get that name, but you're saying you wish you could sleep as much as lions. I know. They do sleep a lot. And some people think they sleep up to 20 hours out of a 24-hour period out of one day. But that's not always true. They're active at nighttime. I mean, they move great distances. The time we had them on Chitwa, by the next again day, they were pretty much on Arathusa, just traveling through the night, marking their territory, calling, scent marking, hunting, just being mobile. And because it is winter now, it's actually better if you're a mammal to be a little bit mobile at night to keep warm, unless you've got a perfect little den somewhere. So yes, lions do have a reputation for sleeping a lot, but they are active at night, I can assure you. And I'm really hoping that once the sun gets a little bit lower and it gets a little bit later, these ladies are going to get up and start contact calling for the others, which would be so lovely to see. We definitely see the Talamati Pride on Djuma more than we do the Nkuhumas these days. So it's just so nice to catch up with them. Not that they really have much to say on what they've been up to. Okay, I'm going to stay with my beautiful tawny ladies here, and we're going to send you guys across to Ngala and their elephants.
Well, it's always a good idea to drive down the riverbed because you find little surprises like this. Look at that little elephant trying to get down the bank. I was actually hoping he would go all the way. It's quite a funny sight to see how they go down. They actually literally slide down on their bellies with their back legs spread out, and then they just go all the way down to the bottom. But this one's just busy feeding there on the edge. And it looks like a Burchell starling. It's coming a bit closer as well. and he doesn't want to share. I often find with young elephant calves like this, wait, there he goes, watch him. I think he's definitely enjoying it as well. Very, very busy little calf. I'm guessing he's about maybe 1 year old. Doing a little bit of dust bathing as well. You can see the little one has definitely gotten a hang of his trunk and how to use it properly. He's still figuring it out, but I think he's working it very nicely, like picking up little twigs and sand. Just very playful. So it's quite interesting because he's now just at the base of the bank and all the others are above him. I wonder if he's going to make his way back up. He's thinking of it. Who can't enjoy that? And there you can see the other ones. David, you're very right. He has got a cute personality, but if I'm looking at the rest of his family members, I'd say they've all got cute personalities at the moment. I was wondering if they're going to calm down, but look at that. That's exactly what I was hoping to see. And you can clearly see that this female elephant still got some youngsters suckling here. You can see the mammary glands between the front legs are very, very swollen. Right, but yeah, we're gonna just watch this elephant cross the river and we'll send you over quickly to Juma for a beautiful sunset.
It's almost gone down now, but Impo wants to show off his incredible skills at capturing the sunset of the Lowveld. missed that name because I sneezed. Sorry, I don't know what is making me sneeze. But the sky is on fire for sure. And it wouldn't be the sunset safari without a sunset. It wouldn't be a sunset safari in Africa without Tony Lion sleeping next to you. Okay. We're just going to sit here, enjoy the sunset, enjoy the lions, and we are going to send you over to Mr. T-Dog.
Well, just in time for us to enjoy not the sunset, but some spots. And you'll see Clalamba that should come out now. She's just at the base of this marula, kind of marking. Her head will appear shortly. There we go. Hello, girl. So she obviously finished her little steenbok. I didn't expect her to still be on it. I was actually hoping that she would be out. And she's obliged by walking her normal route, which is towards the western side of quarantine. The problem is that if she goes into the drainage, we're going to have a tough time following her. But she's marking everywhere. You can see she's rubbing her face, tail ups, urinating. Very typical behavior for a cat that is territorial. You expect her to be doing this the whole way along. We'll just keep up with her and see what she does. But I'm sure she's just going to go from marula to marula to marula, basically just marking territory as she goes. Sniffing around everywhere. I wonder if she's not picking up the scent of Shadulu. That's why she's smelling around so much. Could also even be Tavangumi that she's smelling. He, the other day when Lawrence saw her, I saw him, was close to kind of Gallagher, which means that he could have come through this direction. It's very, very possible. There's a beautiful little mound coming up now that I'm kind of hoping that she's going to go on to. I've had Shadulu on that mound, I think 3 times now.
Apologies, we seem to have some signal issues, but what a lovely sight here with these elephants. We've managed to find another group that have come down to the river, and you can see what they're busy doing now. They're digging into the sand, and you can see the darker colored sand is where it's more wet, so they're trying to get to the water. Getting some water to drink, and you can see one of the little calves lying there on his side. There's actually 2 of them there, and they came down from the bank towards where the other females were busy digging, and maybe they thought it looked like it's fun, and they decided to go and lie down straight there. I haven't seen one of them drinking just yet. Maybe it's just that they're looking for some of the wetter, cooler sand. I can see one of the calves look like he's trying to suckle there on the left. A very large cow that's walking off there to the right. So I'm pretty sure that might be its mother with her moving off and that little one not wanting to go too far. I think what we'll do is we might sit here a little bit more and spend some time with these elephants. For now, we'll send you over to Tristan with his leopard.
Here we are with Kalahari still. She sat perfectly on the mound for us, exactly what I was hoping she would do. I don't know, maybe somebody can find the screenshots from when we had Shadulu on this mound. I can't remember when it was, but in fact, actually, I might even have the date for it. But it was pretty cool. She sat in exactly the same spot, in exactly the same way, at exactly the same time of day. Many moons ago, it was last year sometime, that we had her live here. I've had her before, just going over the mound here too, but we weren't live for that. But it's a popular little mound, this. Every time any leopard walks past you, I've seen Tingana walk over this mound, and Tundi as well, so 4 different leopards on the same mound. It's pretty ridiculous, but that's because it's a feature of this little area, and it's just off of quarantine, so it makes the perfect place for a leopard just to kind of round over the top and to sit and enjoy the kind of view over quarantine and see if there's any food potentially available from there. Makes sense that they utilize these kind of prominent points very, very close to potential hunting areas. It just allows them to give a really good idea of what's around them and what's kind of in the area for them to potentially hunt. So I'm pretty sure she'll sit here for a while now. I don't think she's going to move too much just yet. I think she's going to wait for it just to get a little bit darker before she decides to get up and go. Often what they do is when it's this time of the day, they know in these clearings that the impalas particularly are starting to make their way towards the clearings. And when that happens, it's then the perfect time to catch them on their way through, and if they have already made it on there, they need to wait for darkness in order to be able to actually stalk up without being noticed too easily. Steph, so you're asking how we tell the leopards apart. She's saying that Tundi, Tingana, Shasha, they all look alike. So, not actually. If you see them in real life, and you're actually physically in the area, you'll notice that that's not the case. That they are actually quite easy to tell them apart, purely off a size basis. So Tingana and Shasha are already much bigger than Tundi and Tlalamba. So that will already help you. And then they just don't look the same at all. When you put photos of them side by side and you have proper portraits of them, you start to very quickly realize how different they actually look. But the real way, well, a lot of the ways that people use is spot patterns. I mean, that's the scientific way. So you're looking and counting the number of spots above the whisker line. But for us, because we see them so regularly, and I don't know if you have a pet, but if you do, you know your pet over and above others because, well, you see it regularly and you just know what it looks like. And it's the same for us, you know, as we see these animals so regularly, just their sort of individual look is different. Eye colors are slightly different, ear shapes, muzzle shapes, color of the nose, all of those things will indicate as to which individual it is. And the more you see them, the easier it becomes to start recognizing them. So yeah, it's like I say, that's for me. It's just, you know, size, shape of head, nose color, eye color, ears. Area can play a part in it. So if you're a little unsure and you know where you are and which cats should occur there, that can also narrow it down for you. But they all do look actually quite different in real life. They're not that easy to confuse once you actually know what you're looking for. Okay. This cat would not be one that you would be able to, or that we would easily confuse out here. Sometimes it can be tricky if you're just seeing like a tail or a rump or something like that and you can't really see the face. Then it can be quite hard. But just if you can see the face and you can get a picture like we've got now, and then you are absolutely winning, and it becomes fairly easy to tell the individuals apart. All right. Well, we're going to sit here with her. We'll spend the rest of our drive, see what she gets up to. Hopefully she'll take us on a little bit of an adventure.
Do you dream of an African holiday in unparalleled luxury? Where your days are spent in the company of wildlife and cooling off in your very own plunge pool? Well, this month's prize may be the one for you. Expertly camouflaged into the unspoiled environment of the world-famed Sabi Sand Game Reserve, it's hard not to fall in love with Simbambili. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer before the end of May, and you and a friend could be jetting off to this ultimate escape from reality. A luxurious safari and spa getaway wrapped up in one impressive package. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature. The Mara Triangle is a jewel in the Kenyan conservation crown, and thanks to the dedication of the Mara Conservancy, it thrives as one of Earth's greatest national treasures.
We have been experiencing a reduction in the wire snails that we collect on a monthly basis, and this is basically attributed to our intense patrols.
Over the years, this courageous team of anti-poachers has reduced poaching to almost zero.
Mimi naitwa Stephen Olereso. Nimefanya kazi miaka 16 sasa. Kuanzia mwaka 2002. Hao wanadamu ni wenye utua sana inaogofya ni wale wenye wanaenda kama ndovu. Wanatumia kama bunduki. Sasa hiyo ndio huwa inakuanga hatari sana kwa sisi.
As a result of the global pandemic and the massive reduction in tourist revenue, the Mara Triangle is facing a financial crisis. They need your help if they are to continue their ability to protect this magical land.
I love being a cam-up for Wild Earth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
Well, not much has changed, as you can see. She's still just glancing over her kind of area, mostly looking towards quarantine at the moment. It's such a beautiful shot with the light kind of settling in the background there. It's just starting to give way to the darkness now. But I think the sighting I had of Shadulu must have been around October last year, so somewhere in the last 2 weeks of October last year is when she was sitting on here. So I'm sure somebody can find it at some point and kind of put a little side by side of the two cats sitting. It was a lot greener when Shadulu was up there, but this is, like I say, the exact same sighting. It's Same mount, same position of the car, same everything, really. It's a epic little mound, this. The only thing that would be nice about this mound is if it were to be not as grassy, but that's a lot to be expected, given the amount of rain we've had. Shouldn't have too many mounds without grass at the moment. By the end of winter, it'll be much better, and the grass will have died back. Shame, just got flies irritating her. You can see her ears are moving. It might cause her to move if they really buzz around her too much. Isn't this awesome? Shame, Michael, they're going in your ears. Maybe it can smell the meat on her. Because she would have finished that carcass. As soon as she was finished, she basically would have left that area. So she only must have just finished recently. And bits of meat might still be somewhere around on her fur, and that's why the flies are just irritating her. I mean, they're not landing on us too much. Normally we get landed on if there's lots of flies. They come towards the car, particularly if we've got our lights on or anything like that. So it'll be interesting to see if it's just one that's irritating her. You could see it buzzing around her ears, but I think there might be quite a few. Her ears have been flicking quite a lot while she's been sitting up there. Magnificent though, isn't it? She's such a pretty cat, this. You get spoiled by having her around, and I mean, she is not the easiest of cats to find at times, but when she does spoil us, it's generally quality sightings with her. We normally get good stuff. I know that sometimes we get lost, well, she loses us quite quickly, but I always think we get great stuff. Kichigumi, I don't think that's the same sighting. You're saying you have a screenshot of Shidulu on a termite mound from the 6th of December 2020. That's mound that you're talking about. I know exactly which sighting it is, because I was here on the 6th of December 2020. That's a termite mound, if it is the sighting I'm thinking of, and it was with me. That termite mound from where we are now is about 350, 400 meters. No, not even actually. I'd say about 300 meters from here, straight behind where Kalamba is. It's a similar kind of mound, but it had like a little branch on it. So it's not the same one. The sighting I'm talking about, I'm pretty sure is in October. So the last 2 weeks of October, somewhere there. Is the sighting that I was referring to. The reason why I know it was in the last 2 weeks of October is because I have a photo on my phone that I took off of my camera, but it just tells me the date that I took the photo off my camera, not actually the date that it was taken. So I know it was somewhere around that period. It was a very cool sighting that I remember it very clearly. So I say, there's a big overlap between her and Shidulu these days in this section. She does look very thoughtful, and you wonder what she's thinking about. I mean, I think that's something that we all probably have in us, is this wonder of what animals process. So, she's probably thinking about where's her next meal coming from, more than anything else. One thing about her sitting up on this mound there and kind of in her peaceful look is, I didn't really notice this with Kalamba before, but her ears are actually quite long. When she's silhouetted against this night sky, she's got actually quite long ears. They're not sort of short and rounded. Never kind of really noticed it that much. Her ears are actually bigger than I thought they were. It's a trait of Tandi's offspring, though. Most of her boys had ridiculous sized ears for the size of their body. Tamba being the worst. He looked like he needed to grow a lot into his ears and his feet at one point. No, it was quite funny to actually see him shame. He was all ears and feet, but he developed into a beautiful leopard once he grew into them, but it took a while for that. I remember looking at him sometimes and thinking, this poor cub. But her ears also pretty long. But I was saying now, it's amazing the overlap that there is. I don't know if you guys will remember, but we had a sighting also a few months ago. I want to say maybe March, of Shadulu chasing Kalamba, and it's exactly where we are right now. So this is kind of the boundary between the two cats. Although of late, it seems like Kalamba seems to use this a lot more than Shadulu is at this stage. And I don't know if that's maybe because of Kara. Maybe Kara is being the one that's kind of dissuading Shadulu to come down. Maybe Shadulu knows Kara's around. You know, often females will just slightly change their territory to suit their little ones, to give them a bit of a start in life. So could be why we're not seeing Shadulu as much. The other day when we had her, the next morning when I followed her tracks, she didn't walk her normal route. She kind of cut much further to the west than she normally does. And she took a slightly different kind of way around than I expected her to take. She normally kind of goes from where we had her, which is the southern part of Djuma. She kind of cuts in a northeasterly direction towards the central part, and then up towards Quarantine here, and then bends back northwest and crosses out right on the northern western corner. But this time she just hugged the western side the whole way along and avoided Quarantine completely, and then went up. And that could be maybe she heard lions roaring, or there was another disturbance, I don't know. But I just haven't really seen many signs of her walking this normal route that we see her walk, which is kind of the Zoe's and then Western Quarantine and down. It seems like that's Kalamba's little route now. Those colours in the sky are just getting better behind her. David, is it pretty as a silhouette?
Very.
Because I can't see anything, so you have to tell me if it's pretty or not.
Looks really cool.
Looks really cool. Oh, wonderful, David. As long as the cameraman is happy, then that's good. And I'm informed very reliably that all of you think it's pretty too. So that's a wonderful thing then. It's pretty in real life too, I'll give you guys that much. But sometimes cameras can add a little bit. You get a bit of a better dynamic range sometimes, and you get some really nice color coming through. So I'm pretty sure David's doing a wonderful job. He generally does do all right. That's why we keep him around. Oh, it's a pleasure, David. Oh, no, so sweet, eh? Now, after spending quite a number of hours on a vehicle with David, I think, David, I've spent more hours with you than anybody else on a car. I'm quite well in tune with David's camera work these days. And
I remember your first drive.
yes, you did my first drive, you're right. My interview drive, David was on the car. That's very correct, David. And my first drive itself, I think you were also on with me. Yeah, we've done a lot together in the last 4 and a bit years. Certainly seen many interesting things. There we go. I'll give you some love. There we go, David. Anyway, talking about giving David some love, let's send you across to his better half, Lauren.
Apparently I'm live. My director's full of beans today and full of the chuckles. Elton loves a good laugh. And our Nkahumas have woken up. Can you believe it? All 4 of them, right on cue. And post-sitting saying, they're sleeping. And just one by one, the self-grooming starts, the aloe grooming starts, and this is it. I think they're going to start calling. We're not going to have to wait for too long. But what comes normally before the calling is the bathroom time, which is not ideal. The wind plays a big part in that, but it's so lovely to see them awake. Look at you guys. Okay, 3 out of 4 are awake. And although it can get really, really tense at a kill site, it can get very aggressive. One only thinks of oneself naturally. Put that aside, really, a pride is remarkable. The dynamics between these females. Even the fact that you have these apex predators here, right at the top of the food chain, at the top of the food web, sorry. We shouldn't really say chain. It's really not as simple as that. They don't have any... Sorry, there's a moth flying in my face here. Apologies. They really don't have any natural predators of their own. And of course, let's just remove humans from this entire equation. And just to see those at the very top, those that put a top-down controlled effort on the rest of the ecosystem, whose presence is so important, bond like this, groom each other like this, sleep together like this. It's really special. And I said I would dive into a little bit of sort of an example about apex predators. And of course, wolves, although we're not looking at wolves, really are a wonderful example of just how complex connections in nature can be. So when I tell you this story, you're going to understand just how complex it is. I spoke the other day about the clock, a really complicated large clocks with tons of knobs and dials and cogs and little pieces. When you take that apart, how on earth do you put it back again? And the wolves at Yellowstone, these particular apex predators, are actually able to reshape riverbanks and change the course of rivers. Now, how on earth is that possible, everyone? How? No one puts that together. Everyone thinks, oh, the wolves control the elks. Yes, of course, they feed on the elks. But how can the population of wolves affect the rivers? Well, basically, in Yellowstone, and I think it was the 19th century, people began to eradicate wolves. And this was from pressure from ranchers, basically, who thought the wolves were naturally affecting their grazing livestock. And the last pack was actually wiped out in 1926. But individual wolves were still spotted then, but no packs, no social cohesive unit, just like what you're looking at right now with the lions. And I think by the 1930s, they were all gone. And it wasn't long before consequences became clear. So once the pressure from the predators was removed, naturally, the elk populations began to steadily increase. So because of the populations of elk, the parks were stripped bare in terms of vegetation. And the riverbanks were hit particularly hard because all the juicy, delicious grasses of riverbanks started to disappear, along with the little saplings, the young growth. Now, beavers were actually among the losers in this situation because they had nothing to gnaw on. They had nothing to eat, nothing delicious anymore, and therefore their favorite food, or the willows and the poplars, were destroyed. So therefore, what are they going to feed on anymore? Because all the young trees also disappeared because of the elk, the beavers slowly started to disappear. You've seen this knock-on effect here. So therefore, riverbanks became complete wastelands and without any vegetation to protect the ground, because vegetation is important in protecting the soil and protecting... protecting the environment and the grounds. Because there was absolutely no protection to the grounds, basically soil erosion advanced rapidly. Soil erosion is a natural process, but this was not natural, and it advanced really, really rapidly. And as a result, the rivers began to meander more and more and more. So we've got quite far in this story, and I am going to continue it because it's fascinating when you begin to connect the dots, and it shows you just how powerful the apex predators are. Talking of apex predators, mine have started to move, so we are now going to send you down to Tswalu.
So we just have to show you a Kalahari sunset. It's just spectacular. Just beautiful, but with it always goes the temperature. Bika and I, we're on layer 2 already. That's the problem, we only have 3 layers. And after that it's cold. We're going to send you across to Punda while we say cheers to the sun.
Welcome back to Punda, everybody, where we've just come across quite a large male leopard on a bit of a territorial patrol. Just stopped to St. Mark. You can see him walking down the road now, path of least resistance for him. And what an incredible afternoon. We said we'd come back into the south to look for them. Maybe not quite the lion or the cheetah, but this is a bonus for us. This is honestly incredible. We're going to slowly stick behind him. It looks quite relaxed for now. I think he's happy for us to follow at a distance from behind, but let's try and keep up with him and see what happens. You can see it quite nicely now in your picture. Have a look at that. Somewhat of a dewlap there underneath his chin, pacing down the road. Station south, we look at it, leopard mobile north on Key Ridge towards the Nyoni Junction. Nyoni Pan is on here. And we're going to try our best to stick with this leopard. You can see he stops and pauses briefly every so often. Yeah, the fire neck nitro is called in the background. Slowly try and do our best to keep up with it. Bit of a juggling act here, because I know guys have been searching high and low for leopard for quite a while now. Stopped again now in the road, so we'll just... Yeah, Grant, you can make your way as well. I'll move out and get you. Let's see. This grass is incredibly long. As soon as it disappears around the corner, it's gone, out of sight and out of mind. Obviously don't want to... Start alerts. Right. So it just crept off the side of the road. Now there you can see, I'm just going to put this red filter back on. Just crept off the side of the road. There he goes. Good there. Grant and super lots of quickly as almost cut off east. Okay. And just like that, it's disappeared. But incredibly tough to try and keep up with an animal that's walking in long grass in an area like this. As you can see, he's just disappeared. And we're going to try our best to see if we can find it again. But what an absolute treat.
I think it did answer you.
have a busy schedule and a lifestyle which is confined to stress and tensions. For so many of us, the hustle and bustle of a tedious life has meant we have lost our inner peace. Traveling is an ultimate remedy that lets us unwind and helps us experience peace in the lap of nature. Wild Earth encourages the benefits of travel by giving away an amazing prize every month.
I was totally overwhelmed to receive this fantastic prize of 3 nights at Chitwa Chitwa. Wild Earth has been a lifesaver for us during the pandemic and has kept us sane. Thank you so very much, Wild Earth.
Sign up to be an explorer today, and it could be you jetting off on an all-expenses-paid-for safari experience. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature. The Endangered Wildlife Trust fights at the forefront of conservation, across the vast karoo and sweeping grasslands, in remote pockets of forest, along road networks, across African skies, and in communities to conserve our wildlife and wild spaces. Help us to protect forever, together. Donate now at ewt.org.za.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
Vancouver's are mobile, on Cheetah Cutline, our eastern boundary, and they're listening. Our apex predators, our felids that control everything top down. Okay, maybe not beavers, maybe not willows and poplars, and maybe not rivers, but they will control things that we probably don't even realize. And just to wrap up on that story, the wolves in Yellowstone got reintroduced in 1995 to restore ecological balance, which is really important. And what was a trophic cascade, or actually it was a trophic avalanche, what happened in Yellowstone, of course the wolves began to feast on the elk. The elk numbers reduced. Trees had a chance to grow again. Saplings had a chance to grow again. Elk behavior also changed. They had a new threat, so they started avoiding riverbanks entirely. Willows and poplars began to grow again. These are actually pioneer species. They grow faster than most other trees. So within a few years, the riverbanks became stable. Less erosion. Beavers came back. Beavers began to build dams, which slowed the water flow even more. Less erosion, less meandering. And then ponds were created, which were a small sort of paradise, if you like, for amphibians, and then another paradise for birds. The whole ecosystem was restored just by reintroducing the wolves. I'm going to move, Impel. Now, some people say there was other things at play, that year, or those years, there was a drought, and 1995 was sort of the year it ended, and therefore, was it just the wolves? And maybe it wasn't just the wolves. Maybe there was other factors at play. But let's face it, apex predators have a huge role to play, bigger than we in fact actually realize. And although we're not looking at wolves, I realize that, but we are talking about apex predators and their importance. And talking of predators, Tristan's one is on the move.
Somehow managed to keep up with Kalamba I don't know how, but she's gone into a horrible part of Djuma on the western side of quarantine, and she, I think, is very, very, very close to impalas. I saw some impalas kind of just move in front of my headlights and then spotted her not far. Did she go, David? No. Oh, there's a kudu or nyala that's barking. And now she's scent marking. She missed. Couldn't see what it was, if it was kudu or nyala. But maybe this will take her back to the road. Oh, it's the perfect place for a leopardess to be hunting, though. Okay, she's going behind a mound. Oh, that's loud. Must be a kudu. Oh, she was close though. Sorry, I'm just trying to see. I don't want to shine on her, but I'm trying to see where I'm driving here, because there's often a lot of stumps in this area. That's her shouting back at whatever was alarm calling at her, which is very cool to hear. She's calling a lot at the moment. She called just now, so she's coming back. Okay, you're going to come back this side now. We're going to lose her, though, unfortunately, from here. We won't be able to carry on following her. Oh, really? She has literally just flopped down pretty much under the car and is now rolling around. Okay, girl, you're welcome to stay there. It's a bit awkward for David, but you're welcome.
I've got a tail.
You've got a tail, David? Well, if she was any closer, you would have her on your lap, so rather just have her tail for now. Shame. She got a fright when she was rolling, and kudu alarm called at her. But you can hear how loud that kudu bark is. Silly sausage, you can't sit behind us like that. So here, the animals see each other at night because they have a little bit of different eyes to us, particularly the leopards and lions. In our eyes, we have two types of cells in our eyes. One is called a rod, and the other one is called a cone. Now, cone cells are cells that pick up color. So they are the ones that are responsible for us seeing blue and green and red and yellow and all of those kinds of things. And rods are responsible for light. So they allow light into the eye. So the more rods you have, the more light you can see, and the more, well, not the more light you can see, but the more you can see in dark times, they pick up more light than what the cones do. Now, in our eyes, we have a very good balance of cones and rods, but in leopards' eyes, they don't, and that's why they don't see color very well at all. They see better in terms of in the dark. This is going to be an interesting, there's a chameleon, an interesting adventure. I don't think I'm going to follow her for long because, well, I think she's going to disappear on us pretty quickly, but let's see if we can keep her for a little bit longer and at least get maybe one more saw out of her. But she's going to hit the drainage line right in front of me here, and once she's in the drainage line, that's the end of that, I'm afraid. We will not see anything. Are you going to flop down there, my girl? I don't know what it is that she's rolling around in. Maybe there's buffalo dung in here that she's enjoying. I have absolutely no idea what else it could be. She's rolling around like crazy at the moment. Part of this could be laying scent down. If she's coming into estrus cycles again, her calling plus rolling around leaves a very definite scent trail for a male to pick up and find her. So could be why she's making so much noise, and then also doing what she's doing and being as playful as she is right now. See how her face is rubbing now. Her face has little glands that are going to allow scent to be deposited when she rolls like that. Okay, so as soon as she drops into this drainage, though, that's the end of it for us. We can't go any further. I know because I was here the other day. You can cross it and you can drive here, but I wouldn't attempt it at night. It's a recipe for a disaster. In the day, it was heinously difficult, and there was times where I didn't think we'd make it through here. So at night, it's would be near impossible. The grass on the other side of the drainage line there, in places, is over my head height while I'm sitting in the car. So we ain't going to be attempting that tonight. Once she disappears here, that's going to be it for us. At least we got her to soar, which was nice, and kind of saw her posing beautifully at one point. So we've been spoiled, regardless of whether we keep her or not now. And at the end of the day, we've had her for 3 drives in a row, which for Kalamba is an absolute treat. Not that often we get to see her as much as that, unless she's on a kill, which obviously she was. The girl, yes, she is a beauty. She's got a very mesmerizing look about her. She's got a beautiful, deep, rich colored coat with these light colored eyes, and everything about her is pretty. I really do enjoy Kalamba. She's quite a stocky cat, though. It's quite interesting. She would be a cat, I think, that would confuse quite a few people if you showed her certain photographs, showed people certain photographs of her. I think a lot of people might actually call her a young male. She's got quite a stocky front legs and shoulders. If you see her in real life, you wouldn't, but in photographs it can be sometimes quite deceiving with her. She can seem a lot bigger than she is. But she is absolutely beautiful, and she's still young, so her ears are perfect, and she doesn't have any cuts or scrapes on her face. She's in as good a condition as you could ever ask for a leopard. So, we're lucky spending time with her. We certainly are spoiled by her being around. We're lucky also that in this area we have all our leopards have a nice look about them. Not that there are many leopards out there that aren't pretty, but every now and then I find one, and I'm just like, I don't know, they have a more dog-like face than they do sort of cat-like faces. There's just every now and then. It's not common. But our genetic here that we have between Shadulu and Tandi, being the sort of older females, is a very, very pretty one. Both females produce pretty offspring. And all the males that we've had come through are all good-looking fellas as well, so we've been spoiled. I'm interested to see whether she goes and hunts now on quarantine, because I can hear the impalas rutting there. It's going to be interesting if she follows that scent sound and goes that way, or if she feels like it's too open there, that she'd rather stay in this section. Patty Pan, I'm pretty sure that she's starting to come into estrus cycles. Wouldn't surprise me. Sorry, Patty, I'll answer you now. I'm just listening to this impala because it doesn't sound like a rat, it sounds like alarm calls. Sounds more like alarm calls, and I wonder if her calling is not attracting the attention of another leopard here. I can also hear voices on quarantine, so sometimes the impalas alarm call if they see somebody on quarantine. So if maybe somebody stopped for drinks there, it's possible. Listening to these impalas, just trying to see if it is indeed alarms, because if it's alarms, you might find multiple ones doing it, not just one. Oh, it's definitely alarm calls. Now the dilemma. Do we leave Tlalamba to go and investigate, or do we stay with Tlalamba in the hope that it comes to us? That's the next question. Because if it's Mulawati, driving is not going to be the answer. Sitting still with her would probably be more likely successful. But I would have expected him to have called back. Now, Patty, sorry, I've completely forgotten what your question was and what my answer was going to be. I'm so sorry. These impalas have sidetracked me a little bit. Ah, yes, the mating again. It does seem like it, doesn't it? It seems like she's calling and making quite a lot of show that she's actually in the area. So I wonder if she isn't ready for mating. It would be quite quick, considering, I suppose, time runs away from you here when you're around, because, I think I saw her in my first week when she was calling at that cub. And now, that's almost 3 weeks ago already, which is about right for them to come into estrus cycles again. So, maybe. It is actually rutting, not alarm calling. The Impala's going crazy. And I can hear a vehicle, so I think it was somebody who was off a car, and that's why they were shouting, and now they've gone into their rut again. But yeah, it would be a little bit soon, but it is possible that she is going to go back into mating session now. We know that she was with Mulawati the other day, so let's see what happens. It would be nice if she's like her mother and is able to produce pretty quickly again. Yeah, she's up and going. Unfortunately, guys, there's not much I can do. I saw an impala shooting off into this horrible thicket here on my right just now, so maybe that's what she's seeing. I'm just trying to scan over the top of her to see. I can try a little bit, but honestly, the likelihood of me being able to follow her in here is very, very, very slim. I can't even see her anymore. And this drainage line goes down here somewhere. I can't remember where exactly. No, we're not going to be able to. I can get through here. There's a little gap, but she looks like she's gone into the drainage and along, so I think I'm just going to leave it there, unfortunately. We had a good sighting, so that's just the way it goes. In the meantime, though, let's send you across to Ngala.
Welcome back to And Beyond Ngala. We are busy with our night drive to see what we can find. We've left that herd of elephants busy feeding up the bank and did a little bit of a drive through the rest of the riverbed to see what we could find. It was fairly quiet, but what was very interesting was when we left the river and went up the bank, we were expecting it to be very cold in the riverbed. Cold, but watered as we got up. It was just really interesting to see how cold it was there on the top of the bank and not in the riverbed itself, where we expected it to be as cold. But it's going to be interesting to see what animals might be moving around tonight. Early on I was thinking of bush babies and genets. It'd be quite nice to see. Something that I've only seen once on Ngala though was two spring hare. I think spring hare is something you see more often in Tswalu. But you do get them here, but that was quite a surprise when we found them this side. All right, well, we continue with our drive to see what we can find. We are going to send you over to Djuma to see what they get up to.
No mission, I'm afraid. The lions were very alert. They spent a lot of time on cheetah cut lines, smelling, listening, and that's normally what they do. They hit a road, and then they decide which direction they're going to go in purely by listening, sounds and smell, not by looking. And they went into Torchwood, I'm afraid, deep in a block, and Torchwood is just extremely tricky for our signal right now. I'm afraid I wasn't able to follow them. Since our last lightning storm that hit the mast atrociously, our signal has never quite been the same, but that's okay. We managed to spend a little bit of time with them. But they were very, very alert. They didn't call, which was interesting. They hadn't yet made sounds or realizations or contact calls. But anyway, at least he did set pause on Djuma. So I'm just bumbling a little bit closer to home to see what else we can find along the way. Okay, I am going to bumble through the chill here, and we're going to send you guys over to Tristan.
We did, but it went behind a bush. It's a white-tailed mongoose. I'm just trying to see if it'll come out on the road before I move. There it goes, down the road and gone. I don't think David will get it. David, did you get it on the road? Oh, David. I was singing your praises and then you didn't get it. What happened?
Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried at all, actually. You know, the sun will come up tomorrow and another white-tailed mongoose will be seen at some point. Okay, wonderful. As long as you're confident of that, then we're all good. Let's try, though. Maybe we get lucky and we can spot it again. It ran behind this bush. Of course, the only bush that was in our way, it would go behind. That's always the way things go. But let's see. It went in here off to the right-hand side. Of course, the grass is also ridiculously tall here. So spotting a white-tailed mongoose in this now is going to be near impossible. I'm afraid not, everybody. I'm so sorry. White-tailed mongoose is gone. Sorry, David. I just want to check something. Because I see more eyes. Oh, those are impala eyes. That's not what we're looking for. Don't want to be blinding impalas. All right, well, I'm going to continue down the road. Let's see what we find. We'll just do some loops. You never know. Maybe Kalamba pops out or something else comes out in the area.
Do you dream of an African holiday in unparalleled luxury? Where your days are spent in the company of wildlife and cooling off in your very own plunge pool? Well, this month's prize may be the one for you. Expertly camouflaged into the unspoiled environment of the world-famed Sabi Sand Game Reserve, it's hard not to fall in love with Simbambili. Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer before the end of May, and you and a friend could be jetting off to this ultimate escape from reality. A luxurious safari and spa getaway wrapped up in one impressive package. Wild Earth explorers, it's in your nature. For many years, Wild Earth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
I forgot to tell you all that yesterday when we left Darkmain, the show had ended, of course, we headed back to quarantine and we found a mama scrub hare with a little baby suckling, and it was the sweetest thing to see. Lots of baby scrub hares, so look for scrub hares. Yes, doesn't sound terribly exciting, but if we find a mother with tiny little ones, then that will be really exciting. So that's what I'm going to look for. But the cold is biting at us, my goodness. It hits you like a brick wall, the cold. I'm complaining about the heat all day, and then all of a sudden, boom. Didn't catch that name, but you're 8 years old and you're asking what courses would you have to do to learn about animals. Well, animals is a really, really big topic. When you say the word animal, you are including insects, you're including fish, you're including sharks, you're including all the animals that we see here, the mammals, you're including birds. So it really depends on what you want to study. When I was young, I grew up on the east coast of Scotland. I knew from a very, very young age that I wanted to study the ocean. So I first started studying zoology at university. I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in zoology, which covers everything from the ocean to the bush to, it's a very, very broad topic. And it also teaches you a lot about ecology and the foundations of each ecosystem and habitats. It's not just about the animals. And then I decided, nope, it's definitely still the ocean for me, and I went on to study marine biology, which was my master's, and that was based on the ocean. If you want to work out here in South Africa, you have to take the field guide course. We call it FAGASA here. And this teaches you about this ecosystem. And if you've already done a course on animals, then you'll already have the animal knowledge. It's really easy to apply different animal knowledge across the board. All systems are really the same. You see me comparing this habitat to the ocean habitat all the time because it's the same principles, it's the same foundations. It's easy to apply, it's easy to sort of talk about across the board. But once you've done a broad topic, then you can specialize, and that's the unique thing. If you love turtles, then you can go and specialize in turtles. If you love insects, which is a really good topic to study right now, then you can sort of specialize in insects. So it really depends on what you want to study. But start young, start studying now. Do broad courses when you're very young to learn about the animals, their habitats and ecosystems. And then when you're older, you'll know exactly what you want to specialize in. And that is my advice. It also depends on where you want to work. Different countries will have, of course, different courses that will allow you to work in those different countries. So I hope that advice is at least useful for you. But if you're really wanting to study a topic that's hot stuff, it's insects. There's a lot we don't know about them. A lot. There's lots of undiscovered species. I would say specialized in insects. I think I have just driven past my darling colleagues, but talking of them, let's send it over to Tristan and Darby.
Well, some valuable advice, but my opinion is that if you're watching this show as a kiddie, then you are already learning and already starting your journey of learning about animals. I hope that we in some way are able to educate people. I know we talk a lot of nonsense a lot of the time and we mess around a little bit, but there is elements of this that it should be very valuable to a little kid to be able to fall in love with nature and wildlife. And then just to spend time outside is always my thing. A kid can grow a huge interest in wildlife just from being in their garden and seeing an insect or a spider or something like that and just marveling at it. Kids find the weirdest things interesting. What adults seem to dismiss, often kids take much delight in. I saw kids the other day frogging and they were as happy as anything to be, looking at all the frogs and weren't as interested in bigger things. So, I think it's just giving kids the chance to be outside, and no matter where you live, there is a park or something where you can find some semblance of nature and start to, just get involved and enjoy it. And then from there, I think that piques the interest. And once the interest is piqued, then kids will start on their own accord to, watch videos or look in books and read about wildlife. And that's just kind of, for me, the sort of gateway to it all. But yeah, it's an important thing that our youth in this world start to understand that wildlife is a very, very, very big part of our existence, and without it, we've got a huge problem. In fact, we as humans will not be able to survive if we do not have a number of different species out here. And the more that we look at them and the more that we understand them, the better chances we have of preserving the environment and therefore preserving our own species and surviving as a species. So, I think it's always good to hear that kids are watching. That's why I enjoy when kids are asking questions. It doesn't matter how ridiculous your question might feel. And so this is another thing for kids, is no matter how much you think your question might seem silly or you think that you don't want to ask because you're shy, that don't worry about those kinds of things. The more you ask and the more you question, the more you're going to learn and the better your understanding will be, and maybe that awakens a particular interest for you. There's no silly questions when you are a child. You need to ask away. And like I say, you'll find out lots of interesting things along the way, and things will either interest you or you'll know that that's not something that you're interested in, and those are both absolutely fine. But I think the more questions you ask, the better it is, and that's true of many things in life. The more people question and the more people inquire, the more they understand the world that they live in. Unfortunately, these impalas are probably questioning their area that they're walking in right now, although they shouldn't. This area is nice and open and clean, so not too much to worry about here. Harriet, what type of animal is an impala? I mean, I'm not quite sure where you want to go with this, but they're an antelope with a hoof. So they are part of the ungulate family, and then an antelope, hooved animal, and then they're in their own family altogether as a little impala. So yeah, that's it. But yeah, that's where they come from, and what you would describe them as is an antelope or an ungulate. So that's what an impala is. Beautiful animals though. I like impalas. They're fortunately very, what's the word for this? easily overlooked. That's probably the word I would use, and depressingly so. These guys should not be overlooked as much as they are. They're an incredible animal and beautiful in their own right, so I wish that people would pay more attention to them. You'll see every now and then I just turn off my lights. That's because if there's a bird or something like that in the road, I don't want to blind it. They'll fly off on their own accord when the car comes. So we try and blind them. Right, I think we're going to start heading home now. Like I say, there's not much else on quarantine. I've been shining around lots of impalas, milling about the place, so hopefully Tlalamba will be able to find herself a snack at some point this evening, although an impala is way more than a snack for her. That's a 3-day meal. So maybe she'll get lucky and be able to catch something, and we'll be able to find tracks for it in the morning. But also, let's hope that the impalas have a nice, safe night and don't have to actually worry too much. It's hard being me. Sometimes I want both animals to do just fine. Anyway, it's that time of the day where we head home. Hopefully you've enjoyed your afternoon with us. There's lots out there to see for everyone. So I hope that you have a wonderful day or evening wherever you may be. From all of us, it's been an absolute pleasure. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning on our sunrise safari.